right, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Dr. Jimmy Littlefield Court here at Chapman High School in Inman, South Carolina, the site of the first of 6 games in today's JV basketball tournament hosted by Chapman High School. I'd like to thank you all for joining us. My name is Luke Ruff. I'm joined here by the rest of my crew for what is going to be a really, really long day of basketball, a really fun day of basketball, and it should be, wildly entertaining to say the least, judging by what we've seen out of the JV teams from Landrum and Chapman thus far. Now, originally this tournament was slated to be between 4 teams, those being Chapman, Landrum, Broom, and Woodruff, but Woodruff has opted out, I believe, for COVID reasons, so now it's just down to Chapman, Landrum, and Broom. And so instead of a standard 4-team bracket, this will be a round-robin tournament with 6 games for both the boys and the girls, and whichever team goes 2-0 in their matchups will win. So I've got the schedule of games right in front of me. Hopefully I can get this off before the first game starts. Game number 1 at 8:30 a.m. is the Chapman girls versus the Broom girls. Then at 10 a.m. we've got the Chapman boys versus the Broom boys. 11:45, Landrum girls versus the Broom girls. 1:30 p.m., Landrum boys versus the Broom boys. 3:15 p.m., Chapman girls versus the Landrum girls. And finally, at 5 p.m., we have the Chapman boys versus the Landrum boys. And yep, here's the rules right in front of me. The team that goes 2-0 will be crowned the tournament champion. If 2 teams go 1-1, the team that won the head-to-head matchup will be crowned the tournament champion. If all 3 teams are 1-1, the team with the most combined points scored in their 2 games will be crowned tournament champion. So unfortunately, we will not have an overtime 7th game should the circumstances demand it. And we are ready for tip-off here. Set to get started in just a moment. Game number 1 of the JV basketball tournament. Chapman girls versus Broom girls, and Broom wins a tip-off and almost scores immediately. They're still going for it. Man, all 10 players right underneath the goal. That was quite a way to start things out. No points yet, though. And Broom set to check in, trying to find an opening, and Naya Good trying to go for the layup, can't connect, and this is Chapman, number 32, Adeline West heading down, and Chapman's going to go for 3, nothing happening. Violet Arias with the shot, and we've got the stoppage. Chapman will take over. Madison Blackwell will check in for the Panthers, or the Lady Panthers, excuse me. Blackwell, and that pass is tipped right at the line. Mallory Law breaking that one up, and possession will go back to Broom. Broom trying to find an opening. They are really hanging out. That pass is stolen away, and now there's another tussle for it. Still no points, almost 45 seconds into this one. Yet another turnover. And this is Madison Blackwell checking in to Grace McDaniel. And that shot is missed. All right, so on the other side of the screen, Ailey Escalante is checking in for Broom. She gets it over to, that's Mara Clippard, and traveling called against Broom. And Chapman's going to check in from around half court. This is Grace McDaniel. She had a big game the last time out. The last time we called a Chapman JV girls game, that was Katie Whiteside's off the mark for Chapman. Rebounded by the Lady Panthers. Ball is loose across half court. This is Adeline West. Oh no! And she went for the wrong goal! Oh no! So that is how the first points of this game will be scored. Yeah, 2 points for Broom. Adeline West went for the wrong basket. And And Madison Blackwell almost made up for it right there. Rebounded by Mallory Law of Broom, and possession will stay with the Centurions. 4:12 left to go in the first quarter. First points, can we call it a defensive score? Football terms, I guess you'd say that was a scoop and score or something. Definitely an interesting way to start this one out. This is Mallory Law heading down the court. Or no, Mara Clifford, excuse me. Now Broom sends it straight to the inside. Player falls over, and traveling called against, I believe. Yep, that's Chloe Blackwell, I believe. Couldn't quite get a number there. Until then, Grace McDaniel headed back down the court for Chapman. And they send it straight to the inside, and that shot is missed. Kayla Harden there. And it's rebounded by the Lady Panthers. They get it over to Whitesides, and Whitesides can't connect either. 3:39 left to go. This has been a defensive standoff. Now, for what it's worth, there has been a basketball game with a 2-0 final recorded at least once. I doubt that we'll get to that point, but Grace McDaniel off the mark. Rebounded again by the Lady Panthers. Whitesides gets it over to Adeline Weston. She's able to sink it. Chapman inks their first points of the game. Clifford trying to find an opening, and they send it straight to the inside. Broom almost lost the handle on it, and now they do. Tried to send it over to Escalante, and that pass is stolen away. And now Chapman almost sends it out of bounds, but they have managed to get it back over to Whitesides, and she's going to slow things down a little bit, try and find an opening. She's got one in McDaniel, and McDaniel just off the rim. And yet another scramble for the ball. This one brought in by Chloe Blackwell, and that's the second or third time Broom has just fallen straight to the wood when they've managed to rebound a pass like that. Should be something to keep an eye on as we move forward. Guess they're wanting to make sure they don't turn it over. All right, and McDaniel checks it into Whitesides, who gets it back to McDaniel, and that pass, or that shot goes off the rim, and man, they are going ballistic down here. This is looking a little bit like football. I mean, we have seen some dog piles, both of these teams doing everything in their power to get back, hang on to the ball. It's been a fun one, to say the least. Halfway through the first quarter, and Broom gets back on the board. Nia Good there. The Centurions get the lead back out to 2. This is McDaniel, and for a 3, that one well over the rim. Rebounded by Katie Whitesides. And Whiteside sends it off the side of the glass, and now a real scramble for the ball, recovered by Nia Good, who just, man, she drove right through Shalia Proctor there. She was not going to be stopped, and I guess she did get stopped. She ended up being fouled there, so Broom will get a chance to notch on 2 more points here. 2:16 left to go in the first quarter. And Good's first shot is off the mark. She can't believe it. She'll get a chance for redemption here. And Chapman will indeed get a chance to rebound. Shot number 2, no good as well. This is Katie Whitesides getting it over to McDaniel. And McDaniel sends it to Blackwell, and that shot is just over the rim. Broom checks into Clifford. And now they're sending it inside. This is New player, Hannah Shippey, can't hang on. McDaniel, she was casually strolling down the court. Now she speeds it up a little bit. Almost lost the handle on the pass from Whitesides. Sends it to the inside to Harden. Oh, that was a great setup. Whitesides. Oh, and she's off the mark. Scramble for the ball, and McDaniel outran two Centurions and managed to get that one back. That was impressive. And now she's driving to the goal, lost her handle on the ball, and Blackwell ends up with it, and she's off the mark. Tussle for the ball. And this will be Madison Blackwell checking in. Oh, she gets it straight to Adeline West, and Chapman finally able to get back on the board with 75 seconds left to go in the first quarter. 4-4. Both defenses playing lights out. And Nia Good thought about doing it herself, now tries to get it away and sends it over to the other side of the court, and that shot goes off the rim, rebounded by Blackwell, and Adeline West ended up coming away with that ball, and they are going to give it to Chapman. Oh, nope, now they give it to Broom. Escalante finds an open man on the three-point line. This is Clippard, and her shot is off the mark, rebounded by Adeline West. Katie Whiteside's now trying to make something happen. Almost gets it stolen away. Now, I think Whiteside's thought about going for that three. Instead, this is Blackwell, and her shot is off the mark. Rebounded by the Lady Panthers. Adeline West going inside. Now Katie Whitesides, and 4 straight shots, all of them off the mark. 20 seconds left to go on the official count. There's a 1-second delay between the actual in-arena clock and our clock. When you hit start on our clock, it takes 1 second before it starts rolling. So that's the cause of the disparity there. Probably the second to last possession of the first quarter. Broom trying to put some points on the board, each one looking more and more pivotal as we continue this game. Onus rebound or stolen away by the Lady Panthers, and McDaniel's gonna have one chance. Oh, and she lost her handle on the ball. Sent it right to one of the Centurion defenders, but no harm, no foul. And that is how the first quarter will end, 4-4. On pace for a 16-16, or 16-16 fourth quarter, I should say. We'd go to overtime if that were the case. I imagine one of these teams will have to find some offensive momentum, and usually in games that are this defensively minded, any kind of stoppages, be it a quarter break or a half break, usually can help both teams out a ton, just because it gives them a moment to catch their breath, kind of figure out what's going on, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and they can game plan to their strengths. So I imagine it is 8:30 a.m. Both offenses probably trying to wake up quite literally. I'm sure we should see that here in the second quarter coming up. Hang on, let me get this off. Wait. All right, and we are ready to start the second quarter. Chapman will check in. Katie Whiteside's going to get it to McDaniel, and nope, we got whistles. And I guess that was an equipment violation on Kaylin Berry of the Centurions. Had to throw what looked to be a bandana back to the sideline. And Chapman going right inside, and it bounces back to Adeline West. Another scramble for the ball, and here we go. That one heads out of bounds. And, yep, this is Barry checking in for the Centurions. Both teams were kind of confused as to who got that one. And Broom goes straight inside. Blackwell's shot is off the mark. Had it from the free throw line, or no, that is Nia Good, excuse me. Had it from the free throw line and could not connect. Chapman's going to check in with McDaniel. Just kind of casually jogging down the court and sends it straight to the inside with Kayla Harden. Now gets it over to Whitesides, and Whitesides is able to give Chapman their first lead of the game. So Broom having to play from behind for the first time in this contest, and they send it straight up. Oh, a rainbow pass right over, and it's picked off essentially by the Lady Panthers. And now McDaniel sends it over to Whitesides, who short hops it. It's rebounded by Nia Good, and Broom gets her feet back under him. Kaylin Berry going to send it down the court. Now gets it over to Clippard, and they're going to try to find an open player. And traveling called against Kaylin Berry. And now the Panthers will check in with McDaniel, though no one's down there. Okay, now they've got someone. She's going to get it over to, or no, Shalia Proctor will check it in to McDaniel. All right, so here we go. And Proctor tried to send it to the outside, but nobody home. That'll be a turnover. I think Adeline West was supposed to have been in the area. And Chapman will retain possession. And the Lady Panthers make a quick substitution. Madison Atkins comes into the game, and Atkins has the ball and almost is able to connect there, nothing doing. And now Kaylin Berry will let the Broom offense get down the court and then gets it over to Clippard. And now Nia Good going for it again. She can't bring it in. Rebounded by Hannah Shippey and stolen away by Shalia Proctor of the Lady Panthers. Apologize for that video freeze there. And Chapman making a couple of substitutions. Proctor comes out and Blackwell comes in. And now that pass tipped and recovered by the Panthers. Grace McDaniel heading down the court gets it over to West, and traveling called against the Lady Panthers. And Broom going for the three-pointer. No, that was close. Just bounces off the outside of the rim. Oh, and a miscommunication. McDaniel almost sent that out of bounds. Harden didn't turn around for the pass, and now McDaniel doesn't know what to do. Just heaves it up for a three and almost connects. And now Blackwell's got a shot, and no. And a tussle for the ball. Broom's going to hang on to it. This is Odessa Tinsley. Oh, held that one too far above her head. Got it tipped away, and the Lady Panthers finally able to recover that one, but it heads out of bounds, so Broom will hang on to that regardless. It was an exciting play, but no change in the grand scheme of things. Broom still has the ball. And they're going to send it over to Nia Good. And Good going to drive inside. She's got it. Tied game 6-6. Halfway through the second period. Closing in on halftime now. Both teams still in search of offensive momentum. This is Blackwell. Oh, and she's got it. We'll see if they call that the first three-pointer of the game, and they do not. 8-6. she was standing right on the line, must have stepped in to be able to get better leverage on that shot, and she's able to knock it loose there. So that's a turnover forced by the Lady Panthers. Chapman only up by 2, the biggest lead of the game for either team. Nobody has been able to take a 2-possession lead yet, and Blackwell heaves that one up and bounces off the back of 2 Centurions, and now Chapman recovers it, gets it over to Whitesides, and she's almost able to give Chapman a 2-possession lead. Rebounds her own pass, and then Barry knocks it out. So Chapman should get this one. And indeed they will. Madison Blackwell will check in for the Lady Panthers. And they send it straight to the inside with Whitesides, and she can't connect, or check that. Looked to be Polly Arrington. And Broom will get this one. Looks to be Jayla Powell checking in. And indeed that is Powell. Clippard gets it over to Barry. Barry's going for the 3-pointer. Oh man, she almost had it. And now a dangerous pass recovered by McDaniel. McDaniels, no, off the mark. Rebounded by the Centurions. Arrington almost has it stolen away. And they're going to call a stoppage. Broom will hang on to the ball. Up and another tussle. Just a jump ball, and Chapman's going to get this one. Or no, they're going to say it'll go with Broom, and Broom checks it out of bounds. Okay, maybe that was intentional? Less than 2 minutes to go in the first half of this one. Broom just sends it straight underneath the rim. Can't bring it in. And it looks like Escalante was fouled on that shot. And she'll get 2 attempts here. Shot number 1 is off the mark, so she can't tie the game with this second one. She can get it within 1. And shot number 2 is off as well, rebounded by Adeline West. West gets it over to Whitesides, and now the Lady Panthers heading down the court, but it's stolen away by Nia Good. She has some Lady Panthers to beat, and just searching for an opening, can't find one, heaves it up, and it's recovered by Odessa Tinsley. Passed over to Kaylin Berry, and now the Centurions still trying to find an opening, and they send it out of bounds. Chloe Blackwell, I think she tried to shoot that one and might have gotten it tipped. Chapman still hanging on to that 8-6 lead. We'll see if Whitesides can get them over double digits, and it won't be within the next few seconds. Whiteside's trying to find an opening, sends it inside, and Atkins couldn't hang on to it, and then Whiteside says, okay, I'll do it myself, and nope, now Broom has the ball. So 3 straight turnovers, make it 4. Oh, and it goes out of bounds. McDaniel almost able to keep that one in play. Under a minute now. And man, Tinsley just heaved that one up again. A lot of errant passes so far. And Chapman finally able to get some more points. That's Polly Arrington. And the Chapman Panthers are the first team to hit double digits with 40 seconds left to go in the second period. And another scramble for the ball. Blackwell was not going to give that one up. He's able to get it over to Kaylin Berry, who looks to be running some clock. Nia Good. Oh, and she lost the ball. Bounced off her shoe. McDaniel with the clear line for the goal, and that one's batted away. And McDaniel's going to get 2 foul shots. Here comes shot number 1. And no, it went inside the rim and then bounced out. So it'll be a good foul by Nia Good. It'll save the Lady Centurions at least 1 point, 2 if McDaniel misses this one. And yep, it saves the Centurions 2 points. McDaniel missed both of those foul shots. Oh, and Good steps out of bounds. So with 14.2 seconds left, the Panthers are going to get it right around their goal. And Atkins sends it back to the outside with Harden, and Harden's shot is off the rim. This will probably be the last possession. Oh, and Blackwell's got a clear line to the goal, shoots off the rim, and recovered by the Lady Panthers. Grace McDaniel have one last chance. Oh, she almost made that. So, a very defensively minded first half comes to a close. The Lady Panthers are going to go into the locker room up 10-6 over the Lady Centurions of Broom High School. We'll see if we get some more points in the second half back in, I believe it'll be 8 to 10 minutes. See you then. All right, and you'll probably see the screen go dark here for a few moments. We're going to get all of our equipment reset and ready for the second half. All right, and we are back ready for the second half of action between the Lady Panthers and the Lady Centurions after what was an unbelievably defensively minded opening to this game. 10 points on the board for Chapman, 6 on the board for Broom. And again, like I said earlier, in games that are as defensively minded as this, more often than not, teams do find their rhythm in halftime. Not even because they explicitly say, okay, we're going to go do this, this, and this, and we're going to make sure they don't do this, this, and this. It's just because they have those moments to be able to sit back, reflect on what they did, what they could do better, and it just gives them a moment to look at everything from a broader perspective. And usually that sort of concentration can help bring a team back into the game offensively. But the flip side is that it works for the other team too, and Daniel got fouled. Chapman's going to hang on to it. And Blackwell sends that one to the inside, batted up in the air, and it bounced around for a little bit. McDaniel got a hold of it, couldn't connect, and now a tussle for the ball. And Chapman will retain possession once again. And Blackwell sends it inside with West, and West gets it back to McDaniel. Ball almost goes out of bounds. McDaniel trying to just get some of the Centurions off her back, was in a trap block, and yeah, Chapman called a timeout to get her out of it. Second timeout. This is Katie Whitesides of the Lady Panthers. Man, she's getting pulled up too, although they left Blackwell all alone and had all the concentration in the world, couldn't connect, and then gets it over to Whiteside. She's able to notch the points for Chapman, and they have doubled the Lady Centurions, up 12-6 now. Kaylin Berry gets it over to Chloe Blackwell, who is trying to find an open Centurion. Gets it back over to Berry, who almost lost her handle on the ball. And the Centurions really struggling to get this one inside. And, man, 4 straight turnovers there. And Nia Good eventually gets it into the net for the Lady Centurions. Lead goes back down to 4. And they send it straight to the inside with Harden. Gets it to the outside with Blackwell. Bouncing around, recovered by the Centurions, but it looked like Good got fouled. And yep, Broom will get the ball. Grace McDaniel called for the foul there. And now Barry's just going to go for the 3. Oh, and she sank it. No problem. So Broom on a 5-0 run right now. And interestingly, they have not. Okay, there they go. They're only going to call it a 2-point shot for Broom, not a 3-pointer. And now, man, Whitesides did an excellent job of keeping that one inbounds, bats it over to McDaniel. She's able to sink it, so the lead goes back to 4. The 5-0 run comes to a close. Oh, and that one, they threw it right to Kayla Harden. Now Madison Blackwell will have a free shot at the goal, but it's quickly covered up, much like the rest of the Panthers' offense, and Blackwell gets it up. She's able to sink it. Broom's defense has been playing very aggressively to this point. That's something to keep an eye on, especially so far in the second half. They have routinely had 2 players on the person with the ball, and more often than not, that has left someone open and all alone. It's just a matter of being able to get it to them. Something to keep an eye on. And Broom did a good job of recovering that one as it went out of bounds, and got a jump ball. That one should be going in favor of the Centurions. And the head official is going to go over to the desk. Not sure what they're discussing, but it does look like that Broom is going to get this one, and they're calling for a stoppage. Still trying to sort this one out. All right, I think they're trying to figure out how many fouls Broom has. Can't decide if it's 2 or 3. And I guess they got it sorted out. Oh, and Barry was all alone, and she can't connect. Had a Panther defender coming right at her, and it's recovered by the Panthers. I believe this is Polly Arrington, and that one heads out of bounds. And now Broom, they have been really apt to send it just straight to the inside. They have turned it over a lot that way. Both teams have. Broom more so than Chapman. Halfway through the third period, excuse me. Gracie Gregg has checked into the game. She'll get it over to, I think she's going to try to get it to Blackwell, but Whitesides is standing right beside her. She'll try and jump in front of the pass, and now Gregg just looking for an opening, sends it straight to McDaniel, and I think McDaniel got fouled there. Yep. Now Madison Blackwell will check in, so McDaniel's going to get the ball right back. And sent that one straight up. Blackwell falls over and takes, both Blackwells fall over there. Madison fell first, and she took Chloe Blackwell with her. And no, Chapman lined up for a foul shot. Now they just go back to a standard formation. And Chapman sends that straight to the inside. McDaniel's got it, and Blackwell's all alone and didn't want to take a shot from that far out. That was Whitesides losing her handle on the ball. And now Barry, I think she was going for a shot like we saw West do in the first period. Fortunately, the Lady Centurions got her turned around, and they heave this one up. It's rebounded by Escalante, and then there's a jump ball, and Chapman will get possession here. 2:13 left to go. Again, there's a 1 second delay on our clock, so it reads 2:12. Chapman still hanging on to that 6-point lead. McDaniel trying to make it 8. Nope. And it's recovered by Escalante, who sends it straight down the court. Blackwell wasn't ready for it. Recovered by the Lady Panthers. McDaniel gets it over to Whitesides. And now, still looking, Harden goes inside, and she really got hammered by Escalante. Bounced off another Centurion, lost her glasses at some point in the process. And Chapman will hang on to the ball. Shalia Proctor will check in. And McDaniel just going to try to do it herself. Off the rim, she almost got it. And now Gracie Gregg heading down the court, goes for 3, and she's got it! Well, it took him a while, but Broom finally gets back on the board with 90 seconds left to go in the third period. Again, both defenses just playing lights out so far. A lot of fouls to go along with it, but I guess they're doing their job because neither team has scored very much. Shalia Proctor sends it inside the West, and West almost stepped out of bounds. Now Harden going to go for it, and Harden almost had it. Now Whiteside shoots from straight underneath the goal, rebounded again, and Grace McDaniel finally gets it in. Lead goes back out to 5, and I think we got a timeout taken by the Lady Centurions. Yep, she's calling them over. And the men's JV team for Broom entering frame right now. They're headed to the locker room. Their game is supposed to start at 10:30, but it's only 9:15 now. So I really don't know, like, if this is over soon enough, are they going to start the next game at 10, 10:15? I guess we'll find out. Both teams do have to get warmed up, so it probably will be 10:30. I guess we'll see. All right, so Kaylin Berry with less than a minute left, going to take this one down the court, try and get some points back on the board for the Lady Centurions. They've had 7 in this period. They've doubled their output from the first half. Blackwell checks it into Barry. Now this is Gregg going for another three-pointer, and off the mark there. McDaniel heading straight down the court. McDaniel, no, she got fouled though. And, yep, shooting foul, so she'll get some free throw attempts. Chapman can stretch the lead out to 7. That'll be the highest it's been all game if McDaniel can hit these. But she missed her first 2 earlier in the game. We'll see how this turns out. Really wound up for that one, and it pays off. Had some backspin and goes in right at the last second. Lead goes back out to 6. 19-13 the score. And McDaniel's second shot is good. 7-point lead for Chapman. Broom got to make something happen. Again, a 7-point deficit, not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but with the way the Broom offense has performed against the Chapman defense, they're going to have to find at least some kind of spark, if not some rhythm, to be able to come back in this one. And nope, nothing happening there. Again, these passing lanes have been unbelievably clogged for both teams. Broom will hang on to the ball. And some more clogged passing lanes, and now Chapman will get the ball. I heard him say White. Oh no, that's who the foul's on, so Broom will hang on to it. We've got 21.5 seconds left to go in the game. Have to reset our clock. We have 27.5 the official tally, but it is running again. And Barry's just going to heave it up from 3 range, and no. So Chapman finally going to get possession. 17.5 seconds now. Oh, nope, they say this one stays with Broom. And traveling called against the Centurions. That was Mallory Law. getting called. So now Chapman's going to get possession. It took them a while, but they finally got the ball back. 15 seconds left, could be the last possession of the third period. Or McDaniel says no, she'll try and get it, and nope, rebounded by Madison Blackwell, and she gets it, 22-13, and that is how the third period will end. Chapman starting to pull away, up by 9. Fourth period coming up here in a moment. All right, so we are ready for the fourth period of play. Good news and bad news for the Centurions. Good news is that they doubled, or over the course of the third period, they doubled their score from the entirety of the first half. Bad news is that they only scored 7 points to do that. 13-22, Chapman leading. Oh, and we got a camera freeze. It's a great way to start the fourth period. And another stoppage traveling called against Adeline West. So Broom will have a chance to cut into this lead. Chapman's first possession goes nowhere. Clippard is back in the game. Now Chloe Blackwell from 3. And rebounded by Katie Whitesides, who's almost forced out of bounds. And heaves it over to Madison Blackwell, who gets it over to Kayla Harden. Tries to box a defender out, can't do it, and West's shot is tipped at the line by Nia Good. Madison Blackwell will check in. West comes out of the game. Polly Arrington enters for the Lady Panthers. And Blackwell finds Whitesides. Oh, beautiful three-point shot from Whitesides. And Chapman takes a double-digit lead, 25-13, with 5 minutes left to go in the game. Broom got to get something going, I'd say on this possession or the next one at the latest, and it's not going to be this one. Katie Whiteside steals it away, and now she got fouled, I think, as she was heading to the goal, not while she was shooting. Oh, and no, it will be a shooting foul. Whitesides has a chance to extend the lead to 14. She's got it at 13. Chapman has doubled the Centurions, 26-13 now. Broom will have to double their current point total and shut Chapman out for the rest of the game just to get to overtime. And some kind of technicality. I think Whiteside's crossed the free throw line, so no points. It was off the mark anyway. This is Mara Clippard. Gets it over to Kaylin Berry. Berry going to take a shot and had too much air on it. Rebounded by Nia Good, and she's able to get it in. Lead goes back down to 11 for Chapman. And McDaniel thought about driving straight inside. She met, a wall of Centurions right around the free throw line. Lost her handle on it, and it's recovered by Broom. Clippard going to head down the court. Looks like Barry might be open if she wants to send that away, and she does. Now back to Clippard. Had an opportunity for a three-point shot. Goes inside, gets 2, lead back down to 9. 4.5 minutes left to go in the game. And I think, Chapman called a timeout. Recognized that Broom might be getting some momentum there. And they're going to try and stifle it here with a stoppage of play. 26-17 back in, well, they already called it. We'll say 20 seconds will resume play. Blackwell checks in from half court for the Lady Panthers. Now Blackwell is going to shoot, and okay, we'll see if they call this a shooting foul or not. I don't think they are. Nope, they will. So that shot for Blackwell was just off the mark. The foul would explain why. She'll get a chance to put Chapman back ahead by double digits. Won't happen there. And shot number 2 is off the mark as well, rebounded by Nia Good. And she's going to have to get out of a really tight corner and drives. And a timeout called by, not sure if that was Broom or Chapman, but they recognized Good was in a difficult position, called a timeout to get her out of it. We saw Chapman do that in the first half. So here we go. Broom will hang on to the ball right where Good was about to step out before they called that timeout. 4:17 left to go in the game. And Blackwell had the pass and just lost her a handle on it. So Chapman will get the ball. And like to clarify, there's a Chloe Blackwell, number 10 for the Centurions, and then Madison Blackwell is number 4 for the Lady Panthers, no relation. And Kayla Harden with what was a shot from the free throw line, sinks it no problem. Net barely even moved, and the Lady Panthers go back up by 11. Clippard gets it over to Blackwell. She's able to hang on to this one. Oh, not for long! Lost her handle on it again. Whiteside's got it and then sent it over to Madison Atkins. Now this is Grace McDaniel trying to find an open player. And Whiteside's going to shoot. She's got it. Chapman goes over 30. 3.5 minutes left to go. Broom in a serious hole right now. Comeback not out of the question, but it's going to have to start really soon. And Barry, under a lot of pressure, lost the ball. Recovered by Whitesides. Oh, and tried for a spin move. Got a little too cute for herself. I think it hit her foot and bounced off. Now Blackwell with a clean shot at the goal, and she's got it. Yeah, Whitesides tried like an NBA-style spin move, lost her handle on the ball. I think it bounced off the back of her foot and ended up going into the hands of one of the Lady Centurions defenders. And Nia Good actually fell over, and that one goes off of Whiteside's foot as well. No harm, no foul. Chapman is able to hang on to this one. And now Whiteside's trying to find something. And Nia Good snatches that one right out of the air. Shot never had a chance. It was batted right as it came out of Whiteside's hands. And that shot didn't really have a chance either. Rebounded by Kayla Harden. She gets over to Adeline West. One person to beat, and he doesn't drive inside. And tried to go for a long shot, couldn't reel it in. And Madison Atkins got fouled. She'll get 2 shots. She can put the lead back out to 13 if she makes them both. Shot number 1 is off the mark. Shot number 2 is off as well, rebounded by Nia Good. And she heaves it down the court and bounced off the fingertips of Barry, made it over to Blackwell. Blackwell's shot was missed, and she fell over. And Chapman got called for a push there. Or no, that was Broom getting called for a push. Whitesides will have a chance to get the lead back out to 13. Atkins missed her shots. We'll see if Whitesides can get these. And she can't hit the first one. Had the distance. Bounced off the rim. And she sinks shot number 2, so the lead goes out to 12, 31-19 with just under 2 minutes to go. Boom. Again, it's not looking good for him in this match. Got to get some offensive momentum built up for the next game. Game number 2. Again, Broom has another one. Or the Broom boys are playing the Chapman boys next. The Broom girls don't play again until... Yep, the Broom girls have their second game at 11:45. That'll be the third game of the afternoon. Blackwell's second shot is good. Broom able to crack 20. And third shot is no good. And Chloe Blackwell on her final attempt here. And this one rolls in. Lead goes to 10, 31-21, 1:45 remaining. Whiteside's trying to find an opening, got Blackwell. And Blackwell tried to get it over to Whiteside's, bounced up, and eventually makes his way over to Atkins, and she's able to get it. 33-20 now. And Barry heaves it up, and she got fouled. Broom can get the lead back down to 10. Shot number 1 is off the mark, bounced off the back of the rim. And Chapman subbing in. Yeah, their entire defense comes out. 5-player substitution for the Lady Panthers. And the second shot is up, almost rebounded by West, makes his way over to Polly Arrington of the Lady Panthers. Then Nia Good rips it out of her hands, can't connect on, she got 2 attempts, the second one wasn't going to count anyway, but she missed them both. And Chloe Blackwell, nope, Nia Good got fouled there. And her first shot from the free throw line is good. Lead goes down to 11. And shot number 2 is off the mark. Rebounded by the Lady Panthers. Grace McDaniel dodges a player, gonna drive inside, has that one taken away. And yep, I mean, Nia Good just knocked her right over. Easy call for the officials. Under a minute to play now. First shot is perfect. 34-22. And shot number 2 is good as well. 35-22 with just under a minute to go. Broom tried to send it to the inside, lost their handle on the ball. This is Violet Arias trying to find an opening. It's taken away by Nia Good, who almost got forced out of bounds, really toe tapping along that sideline, able to stay in. Gets it over to Chloe Blackwell, and yep, pushing called against the Lady Panthers. And yep, Chloe Blackwell will have 2 free throw attempts. 36.7 seconds the official time. Shot number 1 is good. Yeah, and I think Chapman thought that was the second shot. They all started heading down the court. 35-23. And second shot is off the rim, rebounded by Katie Whitesides. And this one is going to stay with Centurions. And this time, Clippard was fouled. Clippard's first shot is good, which is interesting because I don't think Mara Clippard has attempted a shot in this entire game. She's mainly just been distributing the ball. And her second shot is good as well, so that might be an adjustment Broom needs to make for their second game at 11:45. Get Mara Clippard a few more touches because those free throws look great. And a timeout taken by the Lady Panthers. 30 seconds left to go, and neither team seems too content on letting this one end. Would love to say maybe this fourth quarter might end up taking longer than the entire first half. It has really started to slow down. Kayla Harden will check in for the Lady Panthers. Sends it down the court off the fingertips of Grace McDaniel, recovered by the Centurions, and I'm really not sure what that was for, I guess because Nia Good caught it past the half-court line. And Chapman will hang on to the ball. 26.8 seconds now. Grace McDaniel trying to find somebody, gets it over to Harden. And now McDaniel looks to be kind of idle back there. Chapman trying to run out this clock, can't blame him, and yep, that was Whitesides got fouled. Ten seconds to go. Katie Whitesides' first shot is good, 36-25. And shot number 2 is no good, rebounded by Mara Clippard, who gets it, or tried to get it, over to Kaylin Berry, sent it over her head, goes out of bounds. And with 4.3 seconds left to go, the Lady Panthers, I mean, unless Broom finds a way to foul one of those players, this will be the last possession of the game. And yep, they foul her with 1.7 seconds left. Adeline West was fouled, so Chapman's going to have an opportunity to get this to 38. And no, they're just going to call this a turnover for Broom. And Nia Good, her last shot goes through the rim, so Broom maybe finding something to build off of, but that will be the game. Chapman's going to win it by 9, 36-27 the final. Game number 2 coming up. Again, it's scheduled at 10:30. I really doubt that both of these teams are going to need 45 minutes to warm up, so we might start a little bit earlier. Stay tuned. But game number 1 is in the books. The Chapman girls team is 1-0 in this tournament with a win over the Lady Centurions of Broom, 36-27 the final. And start of the second game coming up. I guess we'll say soon. See you then. All right, well, it looks like we are going to start ahead of schedule. The teams are finished warming up, it would appear. And tip-off set between Broom and Chapman once again. This time the boys teams are playing. Should be a fun matchup, and we are already a half hour ahead of schedule. Here we go. Oh, and Chapman managed to get that tip-off. I'm impressed. That was number 24, Steve Odell of Broom. Looks like he's 7 feet tall out there. And now Chapman trying to make something happen. They get it over to Jacob Cogdell. Cogdell gets it over to the outside. And now they've got it. Took him a little bit, but Chapman able to ink the first points of the game. We'll minimize this window here. All right, and this one taken away by Jacob Cogdell, going for the bucket. Oh, man! That one knocked right away and eventually makes its way back into the hands of the Panthers. Three-point attempt is no good, and I think we got a foul. Najee Brackett Brannon is the ball carrier there, and he's going to check out of the game. And there's the Chapman roster. That was Coleman Gray sinking the first points of the game for the Panthers. Until then, Broom trying to get on the board themselves. They got a free shot, or a clean shot. Carlos Cohen can't connect, rebounded by the Panthers. And now Jacob Cogdell trying to find an open man, tips it over to Daniel Johnson, who had a big game against Landrum, and that shot knocked away. Panthers will hang on to the ball. Nigel Pate going to check in. And Pate almost had that one stolen away, able to recover. Now Daniel Johnson fakes the shot to the inside, heads back outside, well defended by Broom. Cogdell thought about going for three, now drives in, gets it over to Johnson, and finally able to get it over to Gray. They left him alone, and there was just a small enough window for him to be able to get that shot in. Panthers up 4-0. Broadus tried to send that one to the inside, couldn't connect. And Broadus will check in for the Centurions. And now Broom driving straight inside, and Cohen lost his footing. Chapman will hang on, or will get the ball. Daniel Johnson trying to find an open man. Got it over to Pate, and it's knocked out of bounds by Cohen. But Chapman's going to get it right back. We'll see if they have better luck this time. And he is able to get it to Pate, and Pate is in a trap block. Somehow got it out to Gray, who sends it all the way to the other side of the court. Oh! And Tate was, we'll have to get a number. There's no 20. Oh no, that's Dalton Mahaffey. Just couldn't connect, and finally makes his way back over to Coleman Gray. He's got 6 points already, and he's able to score there. And it looks like he got fouled, so he'll have a chance to notch on a 7th. Shot number 7 is good. Or shot, the extra shot. It gets them 7 points. Jacorian Broadus will check in for the Centurions. He finds Cohen. Now back over to Broadus, back to Cohen. Cohen looking past, sends it all the way down the court. And it's effectively picked off by Dawson Waters. And now Nigel Pate going to go for three. Just overshot, rebounded by Cohen. Jacob Cogdell really sticking with Cohen there, taking some good angles, and he's finally beat. And man, Cohen drove right inside, over the shoulder, ran directly into Waters. And no foul shots, but Chapman will get the ball. And Nigel Pate in that corner again. I think Broom might be baiting them over there. Now Dalton Mahaffey sends it to the inside, and Waters lost his handle on it. Recovered by Coleman. Oh, you can't kick a basketball. I guess he thought he was playing soccer there for a second. I mean, he just kicked it. So Chapman's going to get that one. Matthias Scott checks into the game. Chapman subbed out everyone. Hudson Moss, Matthias Scott, Ryan Hunter, Sean Cunningham, and Riley Staten all in the game now. Scott was a big-time distributor in their game against Landrum, and he gets it over to Staten here. Staten able to ink some points. 9-0 in favor of the Panthers. Halfway through the first period. Cohen driving inside. Broom still being shut out. Now Cohen, he's finally able to get on the board. And now Cohen will have a chance to notch on some points. He can get them within 6 here. Already got 2 on the board, looking for a third. And he cannot connect on that third shot, but Steve Odell rebounds it, misses, then it's rebounded by Broadus. And now Broom going for the 3. They can't get that one either. 3 shots in a row missed. Can they get a 4th? And they can. It took them a while, but they're finally able to get one. Zion Wilkins is the one getting the points on. And Matthias Scott able to escape from that trap block. Staten sends it across court to Hunter. Thought about going for 3. And Hudson Moss, yeah, there was a lot of interference there. Chapman's probably going to hang on to the ball. And indeed, Moss fell over, or I guess the rest of it got knocked over. Now he's going to check in. Gets it over to Matthias Scott. And Scott going to drive inside. This was not something we saw a lot of, and they call him for traveling. Yeah, again, for those of you that watched the epic comeback win the Landrum boys JV team had over Chapman a week or so ago, Matthias Scott, I mean, might have held the ball for 40% of all of Chapman's offensive possessions. I mean, he had it all the time. 0 shot attempts from what we remember. And now Broom going for 3 off the inside of the rim. And Broom, we'll see which way they roll this one. And Broom will hang on to it. Zion Wilkins will check in. 1:29 left to go. Maj Brackett Brannon checks out of the game. And they sent it straight to Cohen, and Cohen falls, and they're going to call him for traveling. Now Hudson Moss will check in. Going to get it to Matthias Scott, I imagine. They tried to get it there, got a whistle. And they say Moss crossed the plane. Or no, I think they say Broadus crossed the plane there, actually. Both of them playing way off, and that pass is tipped. Rebounded by Broom, then Moss steals it back. Gets it over to Scott. Now Scott in a tough position, and now Cunningham with a straight line to the goal. Oh! Tried to get it to Staten. Staten wasn't ready. Went right in front of him. And Chapman subs out their entire defense again. So I guess there are 2 sets of players. I think they've got 13 on the roster. So this is the starting group. Wouldn't say one group has been any more or less effective than the other to this point. And Broom drives inside. They're able to get that one. Nigel Pate now. And I think he sent it underneath the legs of Broadus there. That was an impressive pass. Makes his way over to Jacob Cogdell, and I think it bounced off. It looked to me like it bounced off the shoe of one of the Centurions, and the ref saw it that way too. 46 seconds left. Daniel Johnson will check in for the Panthers. He'll get it over to Nigel Pate, I imagine. And yep, Pate going to try to find an open man. Johnson drives to the inside. Now Pate headed that way as well, and he tried to get it out, and Cohen was draped all over him. Foul called against the Centurions. Chapman's going to get another chance to check in. Credit to Broom. They're on a 6-0 run. Really done a good job of cutting into that early lead that Chapman was able to build. And now this is Daniel Johnson trying to find an opening. Gets it over to Gray, who gets it to Pate. Pate driving inside. Sends it to the outside now. Mahaffey going for three, and Mahaffey's got it. That was beautiful. 12-6. Broom's unanswered run has come to a close. Oh, and he lost the handle on the ball. Now Chapman's got it. Jacob Cogdell sends it to the outside. Now Daniel Johnson going for three. Oh, just off the rim. Jump ball, and Broom will hang on to this one. Oh, and another errant pass from Broom. Nigel Pate going to go for three to close out the period, and he can't connect. Didn't really have time to wind up for that one, so a really exciting and really well-played first period comes to a close. 12-6, Chapman up. Back in a moment. All right, and had about as exciting of a break discussion as you can. Weatherman is saying that there might be a little bit of snow on Wednesday. Should be a fun turn of events. Until then, Dalton Mahaffey going inside. Good job by Odell not to foul him. And then Jacob Cogdell, or no, that's Gray, excuse me, falls to the ground. And that one's going to go in favor of Broom. Now this is Xavier Hill headed down the court. Checks it over to Broadus, who gets it over to, not sure who that is, can't get a number. And it eventually makes its way into the hands of Zion Wilkins, who puts it in no problem. And that pass almost batted away. Dalton Mahaffey able to hang on to it. Now Jacob Cogdell and smartly gets it back to the outside. Daniel Johnson goes inside, and he's got two. Lead goes back to 6. And Wilkins no good from 3. Odell no good from the paint. Nigel Pate has the ball now. Daniel Johnson, oh, he had all day, and he misses. Nobody within 6 feet of him. And now, good job there by Xavier Hill to get out of that, and yeah, Broom seems excited about that one. And they're going to say that Wilkins got fouled there. 8 to 14, they can make it 14 to 10. So they're able to sink both of these. Broom gave us an entire stat sheet along with their roster. This will be Wilkins' first free throw attempt of the season, and he's got that one, so 1 for 1. And shot number 2 is no good. Matthias Scott gets the ball from Johnson. Scott trying to find some kind of opening and spins around, got a whistle. And they got a push called against Broom, so Chapman's going to hang on to it. Daniel Johnson will check in. Jacob Cogdell's still in the game, and Daniel Johnson. Those two are the only holdovers from that last substitution. Oh, and another push called. And Chapman again will hang on. So 2 pushes in a row for Broom. Scott ordering everybody around, trying to get him into position. Johnson going to drive to the inside, takes the shot. Oh, almost had that one. Rebounded by Broom. Wilkins just going to take it himself. Drives inside, runs over a man, and they're going to call him for traveling. Dawson Waters was the man who got really steamrolled there, but joke's on Broom, I guess, because Chapman does end up with the ball. And now Matthias Scott headed down the court. Will he get a chance to shoot? No, he sends it over to Hunter. And, oh, Hunter almost able to get that one. So, again, as far as we know, still 0 shot attempts on the year for Matthias Scott. He'll get an opportunity someday. Until then, he has been very effective in his role as distributor for the offense. And Stephen Odell was fouled. He can draw the Centurions within 3. No heights listed on this roster, but man, Odell's got to be at least 6'4". He looks like a man amongst boys out there. He is a very tall player. Should be interesting to see how his career shakes out for the Centurions in the next couple of years. And both of his free throw shots are on the money. Broom draws within 3. Ryan Hunter. Again, Chapman has done a really good job of shedding those trap blocks. Oh, and pass deflected, essentially, by the Centurions. Makes his way out of bounds, though, so Chapman's going to hang on to it. And they get it over to Scott. Scott drives inside. Oh, he thought about shooting it. Oh, lost his handle on it. Now he's got it. And Matthias Scott finally able to get one in. His first shot attempt of the year by my count. And it's good for 2. Oh, and Broom sends that one out of bounds. 3:21 left to go. Oh, I forgot to change it. It's the second period, not the first. Daniel Johnson will check in. And, oh, man, Sean Cunningham was wide open, and he's not able to beat Odell, who ends up rebounding that one. Now Hill drives down the court. I think they're going to get him for a push. And nope, they're going to say he was fouled. Shot number 1 is short. See if he can connect on shot number 2, and it rolls in. Lead is down to 4, 16-12. Just over 3 minutes to go. Oh, and this is a 3-point foul. And shot number 3 is good. 16-13. Matthias Scott. Oh, nice spin move to get out of that block. And Scott driving inside. Oh, maybe should have shot that one himself. Tried to get it over to Staten, and it bounces out of bounds. Chapman will hang on to it. Oh, and Hudson Moss is all alone. His window closes quickly. Now Cunningham going for 3. Oh, man, it was in the rim for a second and then bounced out. And now, oh my, Brackett Brannon lost his handle on the ball. I think he heard the footsteps. Scott, and I believe that was Daniel Johnson. I mean, they were coming in like heat-seeking missiles trying to block that one. Might have heard them on their way and maybe got a little nervous. That's just speculation, though. Until then, Hudson Moss thought about driving inside, meets a really well set up block, lost a handle on it, and it bounces over to Matthias Scott, who lost his handle on it, and now it's back to Moss. Moss sends it over to Staten, and Staten lost it as well. Oh man, and that pass hung in the air for too long. Brackett Brannon was gonna have a shot at the goal, but it trots out of bounds. And yeah, Broom is gonna get this one. I thought it touched a Chapman player last. Wilkins will check in. Harrison Bridges has entered the game for the Panthers. And a scramble for the ball. Whistle's blown. Matthias Scott ended up with it. And Chapman will retain possession, it looks like. Or will they? They will not. And Broom trying to find an open man. Only down by 3. If they sink a three-pointer, they can tie this thing up. Oh, and they lost their handle on it. Oh, tried to send it to the inside, and it bounces off of the leg of Daniel Johnson. That was Zion Wilkins trying to make something happen. Broom will retain possession. And he gets it over to Brackett Brannon, who gets it to Hill. Hill gonna shoot, and I think that one was partially blocked. Falls short of the rim, and Hill was fouled. Shot number 1 is good. They'll have one more to draw the Centurions within 1 point. And this one is perfect. Cogdell looking for an opening now. Gets it over to Nigel Pate. And it was a slow pass. Eventually makes his way back over to Cogdell, who gets it to Scott. Scott trying to find something and sends that one out of bounds by mistake. So now Broom, with 1:44 left to go in the first half, is going to have an opportunity. Oh, nope. They say this is Chapman ball. Nigel Pate now gets it over to Cunningham. Cunningham tried to pass it over to Bridges, and it bounces off his hands. Had too much heat on that one. And now this is Broadus. Haven't seen him in a while. And Zion Wilkins gets it over to Hill, who's all alone, and he misses. and somehow Bridges was able to keep that one in play. Impressive save on his end. And now Matthias Scott splits two defenders, gets it over to Pate, but a slow pass, his window closes. And now Scott gets it over to Bridges, and Bridges dropped the ball. For a second it looked like it was intentional because he had the defense right where he wanted them. They were looking at the floor as he was going up to shoot, and he just couldn't connect. 67 seconds left to go in the half. Broom making a substitution. Two guys that we haven't seen to this point coming in. Oh, nope. Yep, there he is. So D.T. Thompson and I believe that's David Inman have entered the game. They'll be getting their first reps of the morning. And Inman trying to get away from the block, sends it right to Cogdell, and Cogdell bounced off the back of his leg, and they're going to call him for traveling. Under a minute now, so Broom is really right back to square one. This is exactly where they checked it in from. Chapman still hanging on to that 1-point lead. Hill trying to get this one away. He finds Wilkins. Now Wilkins going inside. And a little wraparound action is able to give Broom their first lead of the game. Able to dodge a block there. Now Broom up by one. And Chapman passing it around. Pate gets it over to Scott and just about goes out of bounds, and Scott sends it right to Brackett Brannon, and Brackett Brannon puts the Centurions up by 3. And Scott's going to get called for traveling. Things falling apart for the Panthers right at the end of the first half. David Inman will check in for the Centurions. 20 seconds to go. Drawing in on a very interesting conclusion to the second period. Should be a fun one. This is Zion Wilkins. Gets it back over to Inman, who gets it to Brackett Brannon. Broom, I think they're running the clock. I want to make sure this is the last possession of the period. Oh, and they lost their handle on it. Scramble for the ball, recovered by Bridges, gets it to Pate, 2 seconds. He's got to heave this one up. Oh, just off the mark. Little underthrown, and so, man, this has been a fun game. 19-16, Broom has only led for about 30 seconds. We'll see if Chapman can get their feet back under them. They really had the momentum shift away in the closing stages of the second period. Until then, I believe we've got another 10-minute break coming up. We'll see you soon. And just a quick heads up, you are going to see a black screen, probably scoreboard still be there. Again, we're going to reset all of our equipment, make sure it's ready to go for the second half of play. All right, and we've got everything nailed down. Second half of play coming up in, looks to be just over 7 minutes. right, and we are just about set for the second half of play here. It was a really exciting first half, and if we can have anything that even resembles the excitement levels we saw there, we should be in for a very entertaining game. Chapman led for, almost the entire first half. Broom only took the lead with about 30 seconds left to go in the second. Let's see if Chapman can tie things up on this possession here. Only down by 3, 19-16 the score. Jacob Cogdell gets it over to Bridges. And now Nigel Pate going inside, bounces off the rim, rebounded by Stephen Odell. Broom sends it straight down the court, and great play there to keep it in bounds, but Odell lost his handle on it. So here we go, Chapman back to square one. Driving inside is Daniel Johnson, gets it over to Gray, and Coleman Gray is able to draw the Panthers within one. And now this is Jacorium Broadus, gets it over to Odell, and Odell from just under the rim, no good the first time, rebounds his own shot, and he sinks that one, 21-18. And that pass is stolen away. And Broom's still going, and they've got that one. Broadus with the layup there. 23-18 now. Chapman with their biggest deficit, and they look to be getting a little rattled. They've turned it over again. This is Wilkins driving inside, and Wilkins has it. 25-18, just like that. And Chapman, they got to call a timeout there. Broom could not have drawn up the start of that period any better. And now the Panthers have to find a way to get their feet under them. They kind of let it slip away there at the end of the second period, and now they've got to find a way to stop the bleeding. And we'll see what they drew up, down by 7, but they do have possession. They send it over to Coleman Gray, who gets it back over to Daniel Johnson. They're across half court now. Over to Cogdell, gets it to Bridges. Bridges goes for 3, and it's rebounded by Gray, and 2 shots. Oh, now Nigel Pate has it. Let's see if the third time's the charm, if they can find an opening. Bridges, he's got it. Leads back down to 5. Wilkins, oh man, I believe that's Cohen, was all alone and almost sinks the layup. It's rebounded by Odell, and I think Odell got fouled. The Broom side seems happy about it, so. And Broom will hang on to the ball, no foul shots. And, man, Broom sent that one over to Broadus. He was sandwiched between 2 defenders, and it bounces out of bounds. So they'll get a second chance. Maybe they can find a bigger window here. And Coleman Gray will sub out. Got the first 6 points of the game for the Panthers. He's replaced by Dawson Waters. And now Broom sent that one all the way past the 3-point line. Oh man, and Cohen was all alone, fakes to the inside, still looking. And now Broom driving. Oh, bad pass there. Brought back in by Jacob Cogdell. Nigel Pate. Oh, pass was tipped and goes out of bounds. That was a smart move there by Dalton Mahaffey to let that one go. So Chapman will hang on to possession. And they're going to send that one all the way down court to Jacob Cogdell. And it was batted out of the air, and eventually it does make its way over to Cogdell, a roundabout pass, but it serves its function, I suppose. Nigel Pate driving inside, bounced off his foot. Cogdell gets it. And now Dalton Mahaffey just trying to get in some open space, and he does. Has a moment to scan the field, drives inside. Shot is up and no good. Rebounded by Broom. Cohen sends it straight down the court. Oh! Too much heat on that one for Kamaje Brackett Brandon. He steps out of bounds. Couldn't keep it in play. 3:13 left to go in the third period. Been moving quickly so far. Daniel Johnson. Oh, man, Waters is all alone, but now he's stuck. And that pass tipped away. Zion Wilkins couldn't steal it, so Chapman will check this one in from underneath their own goal. Nigel Pate set to put this one into play. And he finds Cunningham alone. Now Cunningham drives the inside, gets it to Mahaffey, and Johnson has an opportunity for a three, and he short hops it. Bounces off the rim, and now Wilkins able to get the layup. Lead goes back to 7. And Cunningham loses it, gets it over to Mahaffey. Mahaffey going for 3. Oh man, that was close. Rebounded by Cohen of Broom and stolen away by Mahaffey. Now Nigel Pate, I really don't know that Mahaffey needed to pass that one. It looked to me like he had a lane, tried to get it all the way across the court to Nigel Pate. And Pate knocks it out of bounds, so Broom's gonna take over. And I think Chapman called another timeout. Just under 9 minutes total left in the game. This is Cohen heading down the court, trying to find something. And Chapman really clogging up those lanes, but not for Stephen Odell. It's hard to keep him bottled up at his height. And that was an errant throw from Daniel Johnson. Brought back in by Odell, and now, they left Wilkins all alone. And it's off the rim, and check that. I think that was Brackett Brandon, actually. And now this one goes out of bounds. Looks like the pass came from the direction of Dalton Mahaffey. Overshot it, and now Jacorian Broadus will check in for the Centurions. Stephen Odell comes out of the game. He's replaced by D.T. Thompson. And that one goes out of bounds. Seems to be a theme we're running into here. Neither team can really hang on to the ball long enough to score. Broom up by 9. We're sending this one to, I think that was intended for Mahaffey, and Cunningham ripped it out of the air. Now it makes its way over to Mahaffey, sends it all the way across the court to Pate, who goes for 3. Man, he almost got that. That was from downtown. Oh, and he's got a second chance, and he nails this one. Chapman draws within 6. Broom sends it across half court. Both teams really have been attempting some long passes. And Sean Cunningham going for the most idle steal I've ever seen. Isn't able to get it. Now Jacorian Broadus from right underneath the goal. Got it. Pate airmails this one to Mahaffey, who gets it. I think they were trying to set up an alley-oop for Waters, and he couldn't pull it off. And Waters got fouled. So Chapman down by 8. He can pull them within 6. And they won't get within 6. They can make it 7. Right now, though, the lead stays at 8. Waters' first shot is no good. And Carlos Cohen checks out. He's replaced by Xavier Hill. And shot number 2 for Waters is good. Chapman draws within 7. And now everyone taking a moment to get back in position. Oh, and that one's stolen away by Nigel Pate. And Matthias Scott getting in a little practice layup there. It was after they blew the whistle, and that push called against Chapman. Or I'm not sure. He said white. He's been calling the teams blue and white all morning. This is Sean Cunningham. Oh, had that one stripped away. Great defensive play, and a better one by Nigel Pate. And Dalton Mahaffey going to go for 3? No. And it falls right into the arms of Dawson Waters. No, that's Coleman Gray. Now Pate going inside. He can't connect, and this one does make its way back to Broom. And just couldn't keep that one in play. Another pass goes past the Centurions. Nigel Pate got all day to set up. No. Rebounded by Marquise Morgan. Pate, how does Pate keep getting these back? This is incredible. And now both teams getting really chippy. I didn't see what happened. It looks like Broom must have called a timeout with 35.6 seconds left to go in the period. Yeah, Chapman seems happy about it. I don't know what happened. I was too busy trying to figure out how Nigel Pate got that ball back. Okay, interesting formation here for the Panthers. It works out. Mahaffey gets it over to Matthias Scott. Now Scott trying to find an opening. And he drives inward. Thought about shooting it. Now this is Gray. He's got it. And I think he's going to get a third one. Yep, shooting foul. So he can draw the Panthers within 4 points with 23.4 seconds left to go. Our clock is still running. And Gray has the Panthers within 4. And for some reason he checks out. I mean, I would have thought he'd want to stay in. He was on a hot streak there. And Panthers looking to play defense, stolen by Nigel Pate. Are you kidding me? And Sean Cunningham from 3, no. Jump ball, and this one should be going to Chapman. Yeah, they're gonna have to pat Nigel Pate down between periods or something. He's got magnets in his hands. Pate gets it over to Scott. Now back to Pate. He thought about going for 3. Scott drives inside. He'll take a shot. No. One well short of the rim. And just heaving that one up to close out the period was Xavier Hill. Couldn't connect. So Chapman's going to go into the 4th period down by 4 points. This one should be coming down right to the wire. Looks like it's going to be fun. We'll be back in a moment. Gotta love how quick and painless those period breaks are. Much better than it is in football, where it takes like 3 hours just to change quarters most of the time. Broom's gonna start off the fourth period with the ball. This is Brackett Brannon looking to send it all the way across the court. Oh! And that was the jump ball to end all jump balls. Pate and Cohen's just slammed right into each other. And we got a push called. Possession arrow goes back to Chapman. Broom's going to take over here. So now Broom back at square one. Going to try this again. Cohen all alone, but he's too far away from the goal to go for a shot. Now Odell, who is back in the game, has that pass tipped and brought back in by Coleman Gray, who gets it over to Pate. Air mails it to Johnson, and Johnson lucky to keep that one in bounds. I think that shot got tipped. Rebounded by Odell, who sends it all the way down the court. And that one is sent in by Zion Wilkins. Broom back out to a 6-point lead. Scott hesitates and breaks up court. Gets it over to Gray, and Gray pushed over, and he's going to get a foul shot on top of the 2 points. Chapman can crack 30 and come within 3. If he makes this, it'll be the first time this has been a one-possession game in, ages, or what feels like ages. And no, so it's still a 2-possession game. Rebounded by Stephen Odell of the Centurions. Now going for Wilkins, and Odell going to take it himself. Wow, that was too high. Nigel Pate now gets it over to Scott. Scott's going for 3. Oh, almost. And he rebounds his own shot. And now taking a more conservative approach. Sends it inside with Gray. Oh, and Gray misses the layup. Had the defender right in his face. And Jacorian Broadus will check in for the Centurions. And Brackett Brannon drives inside, but they're going to get a foul called against Johnson. Ran right into him. Dalton Mahaffey over near the bench, getting ready to check into this one, and in he comes. Johnson's going to come out. Broom on the hunt for some kind of opening. They might have one with Cohen. Oh, bounces off the rim, rebounded by Brackett Brannon, who drives inside and falls over, and they're going to call him for traveling. So Chapman's going to get the ball here. Sean Cunningham will check in. And that pass good for Gray, and the Panthers might need to call a timeout here. Gray tried to break out of that one, and I think they're going to call a foul against Broom. So Chapman will, no, Broom's got this one, it looks like. Neither team really seems to want to check this one in. Okay, yeah, there's Cunningham, so Chapman does have this. Took him a while to get that one figured out, but they're ready now. Ticking below 4 minutes. Nigel Pate gets it over to Cunningham. Now Dalton Mahaffey going to try to set something up, drives inside, and man, that shot didn't have a chance. There were defenders draped all over it. And Mahaffey was fouled. So he can pull the Panthers within 2 points here. Oh, so close. That one had 2 or 3 different chances to go in. Bounces off to the right-hand side to make it a one-possession game. No! The lead remains at 4, and now Broom looking to extend it. And that one goes right into the arms of Coleman Gray, brother of linebacker for the football team, Camden Gray, who had a really nice season for the Panthers. Nigel Pate gets this one over to Mahaffey. Cunningham was all alone and then gets it to Scott. Now Scott driving inside, and he short hops that one into the arms of Zion Wilkins. Now Wilkins gets it over to, that was Marquise Morgan. And now Cohen driving inside. That would have been one of the most impressive shots I've ever seen if he made that. Going backwards, almost threw it over his shoulder, but he got fouled in the process. It'll be a 2-possession game no matter what happens here. The question regards how many points ahead Broom will be after these. Carlos Cohen, he's been on the court a lot, but hasn't really had that many shots to his name. And the first one bounces off the back of the rim and goes right to him. And now Sean Cunningham comes out of the game. Daniel Johnson is back in. And shot number 2 is off as well. Oh, and it's rebounded by Odell. And now Cohen, had a chance to go for 3. Now goes for the layup, and they're going to get him for traveling. Just over 3 minutes to go. Matthias Scott directing traffic, gets it over to Nigel Pate, who's kind of stuck. Oh, that was a nice anticipation throw. And Coleman Gray puts Chapman within 2. And I think Chapman called a timeout there. They might be, my only guess here is that they might be drawing up a play to try and get them back in the lead. Or maybe they're making sure that they've all got their heads about them, not getting too excited, and can stay focused enough to not let the lead slip away again. Assuming they do get the lead here, Broom is going to get the ball. And here we go. The last half of the 4th period coming up here. Crunch time for both teams. Broom leads by 2, but Chapman has clawed their way back into this one. They've been down as much as, I think as much as 9 at least. Nigel Pate tried to steal it back right there, couldn't pull it off. He's got another chance, and Broom really struggled across half court. Now Odell with the layup, and Broom is back out to its 4-point lead. Nigel Pate heaves it up to Mahaffey, and Wilkins knocks that one out of bounds, but Chapman will hang on to it. And Chapman going with that almost like an I-form look, if you want to look at it from football terms. And now they all split out. They're going to get this one to Nigel Pate. Broom not even thinking about crossing half court on that one, setting up defensively here. And now Coleman Gray from 3. Oh, man! That barely even moved. Chapman is within 1 point. Broom looking to make something happen. Marquise Morgan. Oh, got it stripped away. Dalton Mahaffey has a chance to put the Panthers up and got a little excited. Put too much heat on that one. It bounces off the backboard and is rebounded by Broom. Now Zion Wilkins almost got that one stolen away by Nigel Pate. And Broom tries to send that one inside to Odell, and it scoots out of bounds. And somehow or another, Broom's hanging on to that one. I guess it hit one of the Panthers' shoes or something. And now Cohen from 3. And this one is up, rebounded by Odell, and they're going to call that a jump ball? Nope, there's a foul. And Daniel Johnson will sub out. Sean Cunningham enters the game. .156 to go in the game. Chapman only down by 1, but Broom has done a good job of controlling time of possession. I don't know that they're making a conscious effort to do it, but they have successfully burned off a good bit of clock here. And now Cohen driving inside. Oh, that was an errant throw. And now Morgan is all alone on the three-point line, and he sinks it no problem. The Chapman defense forgot all about him. And now Matthias Scott got to get this one away. Somehow not called for traveling, and I don't know, did they get him there? Timeout called by Broom's coach. 1 minute and 19 seconds left to go. 38-34. This one's still well within reach, and it is going to come down to the wire. All right, 79 seconds left in this one. Broom has the ball. And you can hear the chants from the crowd. They want to stop here. Will they get it? No! Stephen Odell was all alone. And they check that one to Dalton Mahaffey. We'll see who the refs give this one to. It was kind of a toss-up there. And Chapman will get it. Scott's going to check in. Nigel Pate taking his time. Clock's rolling, down by 6. Sean Cunningham going to go for it. Oh, almost at it. Rebounded by Stephen Odell. Ball's loose and recovered by Morgan, and they're going to say I'm not sure. I think a timeout called by Broom? I guess so. 55.7 seconds left now. And with Broom in possession of the ball, Chapman, I think, is at the point where they're going to have to start thinking about fouling. Oh, and a little shoe shine there. Pops out of bounds, but I guess it bounced off of Scott's shoe. Broom should hang on to that one. Oh, no. Oh, and they fouled Cohen. That was it. So Chapman trying to make up some ground. First shot is no good, recovered by Dalton Mahaffey. And Scott just heaves it up. And I think Cohen tipped that one out of bounds. .40 seconds left to go. Chapman really needing a miracle here. Nigel Pate drives to the inside. He's looking to get it over to Mahaffey. lost his handle on it for a moment. And it looks like Chapman has turned it over. 32 seconds left to go. Expect a foul. A nifty little move by Wilkins, but his momentum kind of stalled out when he crossed half court. 22 seconds to go. And Wilkins was fouled. And Wilkins' free throw shot is good. Broom cracks 40, up to 41. Panthers down by 7 with 22 seconds to go. Broom looks to have this one in the bag. Make it down by 8, 42-34. Matthias Scott directing traffic, gets it over to Cunningham, and now Scott barreling down the court. Gonna do it himself. No, gets it to Mahaffey, and that one is knocked away. Broom says no. And Mahaffey got fouled there. He'll get 2 shots. Now, one thing to note here, our next game is scheduled for 11:45, and that's interesting because Landrum's involved in it, and I don't think Landrum's even showed up yet. I do not think that either of the Landrum teams are even in the building at this point, so they might be pressed for time getting warm-ups in and all. 9.7 seconds left to go in this one, probably the last possession coming up unless Chapman gets a quick foul in. And they do. Stephen Odell this time. The Broom girls team will be playing the Landrum girls team. They're scheduled to go in about 35 minutes, but again, this one started half an hour early, so I wouldn't be surprised if the next game starts up around 11:30 or so. I guess it all hinges on when Landrum gets here. And Odell's first shot is good. As is his second. Broom takes a 10-point lead with just over 9 seconds left to go. Nigel Pate driving down the court, going to try and get some last points. Got it. And the rest are just going to let the clock roll. So Broom wins that one. Revenge for the girls game, I suppose. Your final score, 44-36. In a game where Chapman led by as much as 9-0. Broom able to come back in that one, fend off a late Chapman rally, and then add some style points on at the end. 44-36 the final. Don't go anywhere. Got our third game of the evening coming up soon. Or third game of the evening. I keep on forgetting. We started this at 8:30. Going to be a whole day of basketball. Third game of the morning, I should say, coming up soon. Again, we have not seen the Landrum Cardinals around here anywhere. I'm sure they'll arrive shortly. Next game slated for 11:45. We'll see you then. right, and we are back ready for Game 3 of the JV basketball tournament hosted by Chapman High School, and the first of two games in which Chapman is not involved. This is the JV girls team for Broom going up against the JV girls team for Landrum. Should be a fun one. We'll see if the Broom Centurions can find a little bit of offense. They struggled mightily in their game against Chapman. Now, they played really good defense to make up for that, but still, I believe, what was the final on that one? I think they only scored 27 points, right? Yeah, I think the final was 36-27 in that one. I mean, it was tough sledding. So they got to find a way to get some momentum, and I'd say get it early, too. They cannot afford to go down against a Landrum team that, judging by their game against Chapman, really doesn't have that much trouble scoring, and moreover is extremely apt in the art of taking the ball away. They had a ton of steals. Now, two players unavailable for the Cardinals today. Kaylee Cortez is not on the court, and I believe Jenna Holzheimer is not there either. So those are two really big losses for the Cardinals. Not sure if it's because of COVID or family concerns, just overslept, don't know what it is, but they are not here. And Cortez especially, I mean, she had almost double-digit steals in that last game. It was incredible. So it'll be interesting to see how the Cardinals adapt with those two absent. They only have 8 players on the roster total, so that could factor in, especially as we get into Game 2 of the night. For them, conditioning-wise, should be an interesting matchup. We will see. I'm honestly surprised they're tipping this one off as late as they did. I thought both teams, there were really 2 rounds of warm-ups. Both teams kind of went over to their respective benches at around 11:25 or so. And then they're like, okay, we're doing more warm-ups. And they went back out there and they just shot a couple more baskets, and that was that. But we are ready now. Pearl Holloway, who had a big game for the Cardinals when they played Chapman a week or so ago, set to tip off against Nia Good, who had a very busy second half against the Lady Panthers. And Holloway's tip-off goes right in the direction of Sydney Price, who drives straight to the goal, and nothing happened. Rebounded by Naomi Carreria, and Kelly Farias Rodriguez and Sydney Price both had a chance at that one, and it falls past both of them. So no points for Landrum. Broom headed back down the court now. This is Mara Clippard. Checks that one in over to, I believe that's Gracie Gregg. And now Clippard sends it inside where it's taken away by Holloway, and now there's a scramble for a ball. Chloe Blackwell was the one that got it, makes its way over to Nia Good, who gets called for a double dribble. Pearl Holloway will check in for the Lady Cardinals. Now Holloway sends it back to the outside. Clayton's going for 3. She can't connect. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. She can't do it. Now, I believe that was Clayton again, still struggling, and no points once more. And it looks like Holloway got fouled in the midst of all that. So now with the golden opportunity to give Landrum their first points of the game, and she is good. Landrum takes a 1-0 lead. And it'll remain 1-0. I think Brown tapped that one out of bounds, so Broom should take over. And indeed they will. Escalante checks it into Clippard. Now, interesting note on Clippard, 0 shot attempts in all of the last game until she was fouled and got a chance for some free throws, and she nailed both of them. So I said they might need to look into getting her a few more touches. She's mainly been a distributor tonight. Should be something to look at. Until then, she gets called for a double dribble. That's why Chapman got a hold of it. Olivia Clayton gets it over to Holloway. Clayton, the only sophomore on the Landrum team. And now Brown just heaves it up from 3-point range. Can't connect. It's a little overthrown. And now there's a tussle for the ball. It was rolling around on the ground. Holloway goes for the layup, and she's got it. Landrum goes up 3-0. Clippard gets it over to Gregg, who is looking for some kind of opening. Now Clippard from 3, and it's a little over the rim. Had the accuracy, just a little too much distance on it. Holloway sends it over to Rodriguez, who gets over to Price. Now back to Rodriguez, who goes for three, and she is short of the rim. Inside to Savannah Brown, tried to get it over to Rodriguez, and then there's a tussle. Ends up in the hands of Nia Good, who is storming down the court, trying to box some players out, and gets over to Clippard. And now Chloe Blackwell short hops that one. Landrum, or no, Broom's going to get that. Escalante will check in. Sends it over to Blackwell, who tries it again. This one's rebounded by Savannah Brown, who almost had that one stolen away. Lets the Broom defense make their way down the court. Gets it over to Holloway, who's trying to find some kind of opening. Brown's alone in the corner if they want her. And that window closed quickly, and Rodriguez focused too much on the rim. Got that one stolen away. Now Holloway looking to return the favor. And we'll see which way they rule that one. And Landrum will hang on to the ball. So nice steal there by Holloway. And they try to send it inside to Holloway. It's deflected and then recovered by Mara Clippard of the Lady Centurions. So back down the court we go. Gregg from three. That one was tipped. And she got fouled. She'll get two shots. And her first shot is off the mark. Shot number two is off as well, rebounded by Pearl Holloway, who's headed down the court. Gregg doing everything she can to grab that one back. And they send it inside with Carreria, and she got held. Landrum will have a chance to extend the lead to 5. Two-possession game. Landrum's up 4-0. And no good, but rebounded by Savannah Brown. Rebounded again, and now there's a scramble for it. Landrum somehow got it back. Clayton gonna try it. She can't pull it off. And now they're scrambling for it. Looks like Broom has it. This is Mara Clippard trying to get it over to Blackwell, and Blackwell, I think Broom's gonna hang on to this one, but Blackwell unable to reel it in. Blackwell searching for a target, sends it in with Clippard. Clippard has that one knocked away, falls into the arms of Gracie Gregg, who gets it to Blackwell, and rebounded by Savannah Brown. Shot was short of the rim, and Brown heaving it down the court. Holloway all alone, and she's got it. Landrum takes a 6-0 lead. And I think that might have actually been Naomi Correria, not Holloway. And Broom just kind of heaved that one up. Rebounded again by Brown. And Brown, I think they're going to get a push against Broom. She really got held up, and yep, she's going to have some foul shots as well. Shot number one is good. Landrum makes it a 3-possession game with that one. Gracie Gregg checks out. This is Kaylin Berry coming in, number 12 for the Lady Centurions. Shot number two is good as well. Landrum goes up 8-0. About 80 seconds left in the first period. Our clock is a little off. 1 minute and 15 to go on the arena clock now. And Olivia Clayton able to grab that one. Sends it over to Price, and Price from 3, no good. And Clayton tried to grab that one, and she sends it. Oh man, that was something else. Looked like Savannah Brown tried to hit him with the look over there trick and steal it from over their shoulder. Didn't work. Broom's hanging on to the ball. Under 50 seconds now. Gets it outside to Blackwell, who gets it back to Barry. And now Barry drives inside and trips. And Broom will check this one in. Again, our clock is running just to get it back on track. Under 40 seconds left to go in the first period. Clippard sends it back to Nia Good, and Good almost lost it. Now from 3, and it falls short. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Under 30 seconds to play now. Holloway going for the layup and connects, and she might be getting a third shot. And indeed she will, with a chance to make this an 11-0 game. And a timeout was called by Landrum, it looks like. And we'll take one with it. All right, so here we go. Pearl Holloway's got one foul shot on the board to try and put Landrum up 11-0. It'll be a 4-possession game regardless of the outcome. And this one is off the rim, rebounded by Nia Good. 20 seconds now. Good barreling down the court and stops outside the three-point line, gets it over to Clippard. Now this is Kaylin Berry for 3, and she's got Broom's first points of the game. And Chloe Blackwell was almost able to steal that one away on the check-in. Under 5 seconds to go now. Brown's just going to heave this up. Oh, and she was close. She was definitely close. But that is how the first period will end. Landrum leads 10-3, and I tell you, we did not have many stoppages there. I appreciate the rest just kind of letting them play there. Again, we saw, especially in the fourth period of the Broom-Chapman game, or the Broom-Chapman girls game, I mean, there were a ton of fouls, a ton of stoppages, partially because Chapman was down and trying to come back into it, and partially just because, I mean, the refs were definitely calling an aggressive game, a lot more conservative here, just kind of letting them play, letting them feel each other out. Should be a fun one. Second quarter coming up. All right, and we are back and ready for the second period of action. Landrum up by 7, 3-possession game. But the Centurions will start out with the ball. Mara Clippard looking to check this one in. Oh, nope, it's going to be Chloe Blackwell, actually. Now Clippard sends it inside to Good. Good pushes off and can't connect. It's a scramble for the ball, and it's recovered by Kaylin Berry, who gets it. Oh, tried to get it to Good, and Sydney Price jumped straight up and nabbed that one out of the air. Now Olivia Clayton kind of scanning the field. I would think they're trying to set this up to Higgins. She is all alone at the top of the screen. I mean, there's nobody within 6 feet of her, and now they go for it, and pass was a little high, and now Mara Clippard with a free shot at the goal, and she's got it. So maybe Broom was trying to set that up. Maybe they left Higgins open on purpose. Easy to say now that they've scored. Holloway now looking for an opening, sends it straight inside. And now Higgins from three. Overshoots it, rebounded by Brown. She can't connect. And now Nia Good has this one. Kaylin Berry looking for some kind of opening, and it's almost stolen away by Clayton. Now Blackwell was driving to goal, lost her hand on it. Clippard, no. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Sending this one inside to Holloway. Holloway's got it. Landrum back up by 7. Blackwell going for the 2-point shot. Can't connect. Rebounded by Jordan Higgins. And Higgins sent that one out of bounds. Nia Good subbing out for the Centurions. That is Hannah Shippey coming in, number 25. And that shot was tipped hard. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Now Holloway has a clear line and might have gotten a little too cute. Didn't take the shot, tried to get it over to Olivia Clayton, and it was batted out of bounds. Jordan Higgins will check in. And this one picked up by Sydney Price. Now Clayton going for 3, almost had it off the backside of the rim. And now Blackwell was cornered, somehow got out of it, and that shot is over the goal and then intercepted by Mallory Law. Kaylin Berry saves it from going out of bounds. And got a toss up. And Landrum hangs on to the ball. Olivia Clayton heading down the court. Gets it over to Higgins, who gets it to Rodriguez. Holloway sends it to the outside. Clayton again, off the mark. Rebounded by Brown, and she's got it. 14-5 with just, nope, now we are below 3 minutes left to play in the second period. And Berry from 3, almost had that one. She's 1 for 2 so far. Now Holloway gets it over to Higgins, sends it inside, makes its way over to Clayton, and Clayton is off the mark. Now Brown trying to make up for it, cannot. Got a jump ball, and this one will be going in favor of Broom. So both teams really kind of feeling each other out on this possession. Broom doesn't really look to be making much of an effort to cross the 3-point line, and they eventually lose their handle on it. Both Nia Good and Chloe Blackwell are out of the game, as well as Hannah Shippey. Those have been their primary 3 just go and get it types. Defense might be susceptible to some stuff inside. And a little foul called against Broom. Higgins will check in. She gets it over to Holloway. Holloway thought about going for 3. Now she takes it back around the outside. Higgins is alone on the sideline again. And they do get it to her. She sets up. Oh, just off the mark. 1:47 left to go in the first half. Been a slow-moving one. But again, not many fouls. The refs have just been kind of letting them play. And Barry heaves that one up, and now they'll blow the whistle. Landrum will get possession of that one. Oh, and that pass was tipped and somehow stolen away by Pearl Holloway. Now Savannah Brown underneath the rim, and I think she got fouled. It was going against Escalante, and Landrum will check in with 79 seconds to go in the first half. Holloway sends it inside with Brown, hangs onto the ball and rebounds it. She's got it the second time around, 16-5. They get this one over to Barry, and Barry sends it inside with Escalante, batted it up, and recovered by Holloway. Holloway trying to find an avenue. Sends it inside with Brown and falls out of bounds. Broom will get possession with 41.5 seconds left to go. Under 40 now. Clippard has not been in any hurry to get across the line at all today. Short hops that one, rebounded by Savannah Brown. And Brown might be setting up for three. Nope, she drives inside, lost it, and I don't know how the refs missed that one. That was, yeah, Mallory Law just kicked the ball.
That happened another time.
Yeah, during that scuffle, I mean, Mallory Law just kicked the ball right to one of her teammates, and the refs didn't call it. That happened in Broom's other game, or in the boys' game last time out. There was a kicking foul called. Clippard's first shot is off the mark. And shot number 2 is off as well. Lead remains at 11. Landrum in no hurry, probably going to try to make this the last possession of the half. Send it inside to Rodriguez, now out, and stolen away by Clippard. And then gotten back. No, Clippard gets it again, got one last shot, and she runs out of time. It was off the mark anyway. And that is how the first half will end. It actually looks like Clippard did get that last free throw shot of hers. So the score is 16-6. Now we're heading to halftime. Broom still in search of some offensive momentum. We'll see if they can find it within the next 10 minutes. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we are set to resume play. Second half action between the Landrum girls and the Broom girls teams coming up here in just a moment. Broom, again, I sound like a broken record, but they have got to find some offensive momentum here. 6 points in the entire first half. They averaged 1 point every 2 minutes. And Olivia Clayton trying to extend Landrum's lead, can't connect, and they send it inside. There's a scramble for the ball, and somehow or another Holloway came out with that one. It looked for sure like Nia Good had it, and they will give possession to Broom, excuse me. And pass was high and brought back in by Carreria, who gets it over to Clayton. Clayton drives inside and sent that one so wide, it almost bounced over the entire backboard and goes through the net. So Landrum up 18-6. Brown tries to steal that one away, and she put enough pressure on. That was Jayla Powell, put enough pressure on her that pass was high and almost taken away there, but it makes its way over to Savannah Brown, tussle for the ball, and man, this is crazy. Broom's offense obviously has been struggling, but credit to their defense. I mean, they have not given an inch. And traveling against the Centurions. So Landrum's going to have it at their end of the court. And Brown going to try from the free throw line. That one is short. Rebounded by Nia Good, who hands it over to Mara Clippard. 90 seconds into the first quarter, or into the third period, only 2 points to show for it. And Powell can't connect. So Sydney Price trying to find an opening, gets it over to Brown. Clayton's got a free shot, and she's able to sink it. 2 more points for Landrum. Lead goes out to 14. Can Nia Good do something about it? Not yet. One goes out of bounds, batted away by Shelby Brown. Broom will hang on to the ball. Powell goes straight inside, gets it over to Law, falls incomplete, and makes its way into the hands of Brown, who gets it over to Clayton. Now Clayton has that one batted away by Mallory Law. And Clayton was fouled. Shot number 1 is short. Shot number 2 is good, though. Landrum extends the lead out to 15. One more score for the Cardinals makes this a 6-possession game. Can they do it here? And that one almost turned over. Clayton tried to send it inside to Holloway, but that lane was clogged up. Landrum able to retain possession, trying to find some kind of opening here. Holloway's got it now. Tries to drive inside, can't get anything going. Loses her handle on it, and now Sydney Price. She can't find the window, and it's eventually turned over, and then Landrum gets it right back. Mara Clippard had that one taken away from her. Sending this one inside with Brown, and Brown tried to get it to Carreria and had too much heat on it. So a long possession, no points. Broom hasn't scored in this period. And they've got this one to Hannah Shipley. Now Landrum will check in. And, oh, I like that play. Didn't work, but that was an interesting formation. Really well drawn up. Just got a nice lane there for, I believe that was Price with the shot. Oh man, and they are draped all over them. That was Odessa Tinsley unable to get out of that block. We've ticked below 3 minutes to go in the third period now. Halfway through the period, and Broom still has yet to score. This Lady Cardinal defense is playing lights out. And now this is Barry getting it over to Clippard. And they're going to send that one inside, or try to. Taken away by Holloway. Holloway finds Price on the outside, gets it back into Carreria, and she sinks it. Landrum up by 18. Or 17, excuse me. Tinsley under duress again, gets it out to Escalante, who gets it to Clippard. Clippard just going to shoot from three, and that one is off the mark. And that one hops out of bounds. Broom will take over. Ailey Escalante checking in, gets it over to Clippard, sends it inside to Tinsley, and Tinsley on the move. Now Barry gets it over to Escalante again. Trying to find someone. They've got Clippard on the outside, and Tinsley going to go for three. Almost had it. Didn't have a lot of time to set up there. And too much heat again on a pass from Savannah Brown. Tried to strong arm that one in there, and it hops over to the wall. Escalante checks in. Barry has it. And from three, Broom is off the mark yet again. And Holloway with a clear line to the goal. And she got fouled. So this could be a good foul on Broom's end if she's able to. If she even misses one of these, that's a win for the Centurions. Shot number one is good. This is Gracie Gregg and Mallory Law coming in for the Centurions. And shot number two is off. 24-6, Landrum up by 18. Trying to send it inside, and that one is batted away. And I think someone called a timeout there. I didn't hear anyone say it, but looks like we'll be taking a quick break. 82 seconds left to go in the third period. Landrum up by 18 and putting on a defensive clinic. We're closing in on, almost 5 minutes where Broom has not scored. And that's just this period, not counting anything they did in the first half. And now Barry heading down the court. Almost had that one stolen away by Holloway, and Holloway eventually does get it. now she gets it out to Farias Rodriguez. Higgins from 3. Oh, just off the mark. Holloway tries it again, and she's got it. Landrum up by 20. And Rodriguez tried to steal that one away. Barry's able to get out of trouble. This is Gracie Gregg going for some points, and not this time. Off the mark again. 40 seconds left to go in the third period. Price sends it inside with Rodriguez. There's a scramble for the ball. Holloway gets it. Now Brown, and she's got it. 28-6 now. Can make it 29 with this. And that shot is no good. Lead remains at 22 for the Lady Cardinals. Gracie Gregg trying to get out of some trouble, and it bounces off of her shoe. Barry sends this to the outside. Gregg looking for an opening. Can't quite find one. Thought Tinsley might have had a lane there. I guess she was too far away from the line. Didn't feel comfortable taking it, and doesn't feel comfortable taking that one either, apparently. Now Barry gonna try it, and she can't connect. And Landrum has shut out. Yeah, Landrum has shut out Broom in the third period. That is impressive. They're able to notch 12 more onto their total. And for what it is, I mean, Broom's defense has played very well. They've only allowed 28 points so far, but the offense, I mean, Landrum's defense, got to give them credit too. They have not given an inch. Third period has come to a close. Landrum leads by 22, well in control of this one en route to their first win of the tournament. But we got 6 more minutes left to play. We'll be back in a moment. All right, so here we go. Start of the fourth. Landrum in control. We'll see if Broom can get anything going. And they're going to flip this outside. This is Blackwell making her way back into the game, and rigid pass there. Gracie Gregg finally able to get it under control and just heaves it up. No chance there. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Sending it inside with Holloway, and Holloway able to connect. 30-6 now. Blackwell tries to break inside, loses her handle on it. Kaylin Berry manages to get the ball back. And Berry, man, almost functions as a pass across the court. That was way off target. And now Gregg from 3. Nope. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Olivia Clayton back in the game for the Lady Cardinals. Sends it over to Brown. She's got a clear lane, or had one. Could have taken the 3, and she didn't try it. Tries to go inside. And there's a foul going against Brown. Haley Escalante checks it into Barry. And they're going to get Barry with a double dribble there. They send this one out to Holloway, looking for Higgins. Now drives inside herself. Caught a block from Brown, and it's not enough. Brown rebounds that one, rebounds it again, sends it in, and she might get a chance to notch on a third point here. And indeed she will. Landrum can make this a 27-point game. And off the rim, lead remains at 26. Gracie Gregg looking for an opening, now just going to take it herself. Still on the move. Holloway tried to steal that one, couldn't get it. Mallory Law, and she's finally got some points on the board for Broom. Those 2 points were a long time coming, and this pass taken away by Chloe Blackwell. Spins out of trouble. Blackwell taking this one inside, bounced off her leg again, and knocked out of her hand by Clayton. Barry's able to get it back, and Chloe Blackwell called for the foul there. Landrum will check in. 3:45 left to go. Holloway trying to cross Barry over, can't get anything going there. And that was a rainbow pass tipped away by Blackwell. And nice defensive play there by Higgins. And are they going to say that Blackwell was fouled? Yes, they are. And her first shot is off the mark. And shot number 2 is good. Broom finally getting something on the board. Holloway rockets this one over and over the head of Olivia Clayton. And Gregg they're going to say she got pushed. Now Ailey Escalante checks out. She'll be replaced by Hannah Shippey. Now Blackwell going to take this one inside, and that one is off the mark, rebounded by Higgins, who gets it over to Holloway. Blackwell trying to steal it away, can't pull it off. And now Higgins looking for Brown. Oh, Brown makes a man fall over. Mallory Law just fell to the floor trying to defend that one. 34-9. Broom just in search of an opportunity to break double digits. And Law was in a lot of trouble there. Had 3 Cardinal defenders draped all over. He was eventually taken away by Pearl Holloway. Holloway now in a bit of trouble herself, gets it over to Higgins. And now it's Olivia Smith, and it's eventually taken away by Gracie Gregg of the Centurions, who misses the layup, and Holloway rebounds it. Man, Broom wasn't going to let her take that one away easy, though. They were on it until the last second, and Clayton's pass is over the head of Smith. Barry headed down the court now, gets it over to Blackwell. And taken away by Holloway, got a clean line. And got that one. 36-9, lead is back out to 27, and a timeout taken by the Lady Cardinals with 1 minute and 24 seconds left to go. Landrum up big. All right. 84 seconds left to go in this one. Landrum well on their way to their first win of this tournament. Give you a quick refresher on the rules here. Both of the boys teams and the girls teams are each going to play 2 games each. 3, counting this one, have already been played. The Chapman girls lost to the Broom girls, and then the Chapman boys lost to the Broom boys, and now the Broom boys are more than likely going to come up short against the Landrum girls. So that will put the Broom girls team at 1-1. Landrum will advance to 1-0, and Chapman is at 0-1. Now Landrum and Chapman play in the second to last game of what will be the evening by then, at 3:15. The Landrum girls play Chapman, and if Landrum wins that one, then the Landrum girls will win the girls' side of the tournament. Per the email that was sent out, the team that goes 2-0 will be crowned the tournament champion. If 2 teams go 1-1, that is, if 2 of the girls' teams or 2 of the boys' teams go 1-1, the team that won the head-to-head matchup will be the tournament champion. And if all 3 teams somehow manage to go 1-1, the team with the most combined points scored in their 2 games will be the tournament champion. And remember, since the boys and girls are both playing, we'll have 2 tournament champions. And Broom finally able to crack double digits to the tune of some free throws by Gracie Gregg. 51 seconds left to go. Landrum up by 25. Get this one over to Rodriguez. Now Clayton has it. And flips it back out to Rodriguez. Still looking. Now Olivia Smith. Oh, and that pass was too high. And heads out of bounds. Smith checks out of the game. I believe that's Sydney Price coming in to replace her. Under 40 seconds now. They send this one inside to Shippey, and Shippey falls over. And they're going to say Shippey was fouled there. 32.9 seconds left to go. She can get Broom up to 13. That'll cut the lead down to 23. Shot number 1 is well off the mark. And so here we go. Under 30 seconds left to go now. Landrum kind of taking a victory lap here. Higgins from the free throw line off the mark, rebounded or almost rebounded by Olivia Smith. There's a fight for the ball. And that was Jayla Powell with the rebound there. But Landrum will hang on to it. And this is that same play from earlier, defended by Broom a little bit better this time. They still get it over to Price, who gets it to Rodriguez. Now Higgins, back to Rodriguez. Oh, across the court and essentially picked off there. Powell heading down the court, under 5 seconds to go. This will be the last possession, barring some kind of foul. And that will do it. So the Landrum Lady Cardinals win their first matchup in dominating fashion, 36-11. That's the final. That's not the score after 1 quarter or 1 half. That is the final score, 36-11. Defensively minded effort. Good job by both teams. And the Broom girls will finish this tournament 1-1. All right, and our next game is slated to start at, I believe, 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. But again, it's 12:38 right now. I would be very surprised if they take an hour to start this game up, but we will see. Until then, we'll be back soon. All right, so not quite to the second period, but we're definitely getting closer. 50.7 seconds, the official count. Our timer is 1 second off. There's a little startup delay to it. Looks like we're back on track now. Odell was open underneath the goal and cannot connect. Rebounded by Broadus of Broom. And now Wilkins gets that shot. Odell going to go for it again. Batted away. And now Dylan Ballou headed down the court. Tried to get it to Hamlin. And Hamlin, or no, that was Shipman, excuse me. And Shipman smartly let that one roll out. It was tipped by a Broom defender. So now 28 seconds left to play. And they're just going to go straight for the goal. That's Blaine Silver. And ball still loose, eventually recovered by Broom. Landrum could not connect there. Centurions down by 12, looking for answers. Got a man all alone. It's Zion Wilkins. He sends it underneath the rim to Stephen Odell, and Odell can't connect. Probably the last possession of the period. Dylan Ballou, yeah, he's biding his time. Under 4 seconds, probably just going to heave this up. Yeah, Davis never shot it. I don't think he knew how much time was left. Might have thought he had a few more seconds to work with. But no harm, no foul. It does keep the ball out of the hands of Broom. They're not able to notch on any more points. So that is how period number 1 will come to a close. 17-5. Landrum already putting on a show. We'll be back in a few moments. All right, so now we're, oh wait. All right, now we are ready for the second period, and Broom wastes no time checking this one in. And no, that's Shipman. Almost stole it away from the get-go. Now D.T. Thompson right under the rim, and are they gonna get in with a 3-second violation? I'm not sure what it was, but Landrum's gonna get the ball back. And now Dylan Collins checks in for the Cardinals. Collins, man, booking it down the court. Gets it over to Silver, and Silver just off the rim from 3. Brandon Jackson back in the game for the Cardinals. And now that one batted away and eventually recovered by Collins. Wesley Shipman going for 3, and this one's off the mark. Rebounded by Broadus, and okay, Wesley Shipman at least came away with that one. They're going to keep this with Broom, though. Oh, and that was a really nice defensive play from Shipman. Can he connect from here? No. Rebounded by Cohen. Getting it downfield. Oh, and he lost his handle on the ball. That was Kamaje Brackett Brannon. Too much heat on that pass, and that was an issue we saw a lot of from both sides in the last game for the Broom men's team. I mean, there were some passes that had no chance. Flying out of bounds, flying over people's heads. Landrum's done a good job of keeping it in play, and Broom has too. That's the first time they've actually sent one out of control. And speaking of things going out of control, Collins completely lost his handle on that, had it stolen away by Cohen, and Broom's finally able to get some points on the board. And they might be looking for more. Cohen headed back to the goal, and Collins can't defend it. And Landrum might have called a timeout. Broom with 4 unanswered. right, so 4:41 left in the first half. Landrum still hanging on to an 8-point lead. Broom has done a good job of getting back in this one. Yeah, we're down as much as 12, back to 8. Landrum's called a timeout and made a couple of substitutions to go along with it. Mario Gonzalez back in the game now. Franklin Davis trying to get this one across half court. Broom not budging, and they heave this one down the court. And that is Mark Baker getting it over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez from 3, and it was in the rim, then bounced out, recovered by Cohen of the Broom Centurions. Now Broom headed down the court. Cohen almost lost it, going straight under the goal, and this is going to go to Landrum. Franklin Davis will check in. And he gets it over to Mostre. Mostre had some heat. Now he slows down, crosses half court, and kind of a wonky pass. It makes its way into the hands of Noah Hamlin. And now Mostre, kind of corner, going to drive inside, and I don't think he was going to get past DT Thompson, but he did it anyway. Sinks the 2, and now he's going to have an opportunity for a third shot. He can extend the lead out to 11. Mostre from the free throw line, and this one is no good. Batted out of bounds by Noah Hamlin. Broadus will check in for Broom. Carlos Cohen with the ball now. Heaves it down the court, and there it is again! Another pass, way down the court. Effectively intercepted by the Cardinals, and now Noah Hamlin from just inside the three-point line. A little too short there. Now Zion Wilkins with the free lane, and he's got it. Leads back down to 8. Davis gets it over to Baker. Now Baker to Hamlin, and Hamlin, now there's a scramble. He lost it for a second. Oh, and Mostre's all alone, and he's got it. Don't think that was how they drew it up, but I imagine Landrum will take it. Yeah, Hamlin lost his handle on the ball, and then it looked like both he and the Centurion defender assigned to him didn't realize it was on the ground. And time kind of froze for a few seconds there. Are you kidding me? Just heaving it across the court. And now Gonzalez for 3. He's got it! Lead goes out to 13, and I don't know, those long passes must be some kind of nervous reflex for Broom or something, because they've only done it when they're down. And now Cohen trying to get some points back, drives inside, and it's recovered by the Cardinals. Noah Hamlin headed down the court. Gonna drive inside and do it himself off the rim. Brought back in by Carlos Cohen. Back down the court we go. And that pass goes off the hands of Zion Wilkins. Franklin Davis will check in for the Cardinals. They've got an opportunity to extend the lead to 16 if they're able to sink a three-pointer here. (24-11). Cardinals still continuing that strong defensive effort from the first period. And a nice defensive play there for the Centurions. So another long pass picked up by the opposing team, and that was Brackett Brannon all alone. Now Broom passing it outside the three-point line. Goes off the outside of the rim, rebounded by Franklin Davis. This is Mostre heading down the court. And Mostre weaves his way between defenders, and nothing doing. Rebounded by Odell. And Wilkins lost it. Back down the court we go. Franklin Davis, can he do it? Yes, he can! 26-11. Landrum up by 15 with 1:45 left to go in the second period. And Mario Gonzalez almost notched another steal there. And Noah Hamlin knocked it out. Franklin Davis gets it. Hamlin now sinks it. 17-point lead for the Cardinals. 28-11. And we'll see who they... We'll see how they call this one. I think they might get Landrum with a push or something. 1:28 left in the first half. David Inman will check in for the Centurions. Xavier Hill now flips it back over to Inman. And Hill in some trouble, sends it inside. This is Mason Green, and might have stepped out of bounds. 78 seconds to go in the first half now. Mostere subs out. He's replaced by Dylan Ballou, who had a nice three-point shot earlier. Davis heaves it down to Ballou. Ballou gonna drive inside and fakes it. Now Gonzalez for three, just off the rim. Rebounded by Inman. Xavier Hill sending it to Wilkins, gets it to Odell, and Odell misses the layup. Scramble for the ball. I think Hill's got it. Somehow makes it out of there. Heavily guarded by Davis. Man, heaves it up and nobody home. Stephen Odell is tall, but I don't think he's that tall. It's a turnover. Or I guess we'll say forced by the Landrum defense. Now Dylan Ballou going for that one. Can't bring it in. Rebounded by Odell. And Davis at least tipped it. It's not going to be a turnover. 35 seconds to go. Xavier Hill looking for an opening. Might have one in Wilkins. Driving to the inside. Now steps back outside. Drives back inside. And a lot of flash. No points yet. Rebounded by David Inman. And now Inman going to try to send this across the court to Hill. 15 seconds to go. Back to Inman. Not sure what they called, but they called it against the Centurions. So with 10.8 seconds, Landrum is going to have one last chance to put some points on the board before the half. $17 in the first period, 11 in the second for Landrum. And we're going to get this one. That was Jack Clark ending up with it. Now Xavier Hill just going to heave it up and off the backboard. So an exciting, very exciting first half of play comes to a close. Landrum in control of this one, up 17 over Broom, 28-11. We'll be back for the second half of action in 10 minutes. Alrighty, and man, the third period could not come fast enough. That was a really entertaining first half, and hopefully we'll see more of the same here. Landrum up 28-11. They have been just all over this Broom offense. It has been, again, just a really, really fun game all around. Broom going to look to make something happen. This is Stephen Odell. Can't connect early. And eventually the ball makes its way over to Franklin Davis. And now this is Braden Mostre trying to break it inside, and he notches the first points of the second half. The lead goes out to 19 for the Cardinals. And they just hurl this thing down the court. Again, that has been a major problem turnover-wise for Broom. And it doesn't directly cause a turnover there, but again, I think those huge passes might be something of a nervous reflex for him. So something to keep an eye on. They have done it a couple of times, and this really come back to bite them. So until then, DeCarlos Cohen drives straight inside, knocks a man over, and somehow puts that one in. So lead goes back to 17. Franklin Davis looking for an opening, sends it to Gonzalez, and now Gonzalez tried to set up a three-pointer, couldn't do it. Now Noah Hamlin drives in, and he's got it. Lead goes back to 19. They're going to send this inside to Stephen Odell. Lost his handle on it. Oh, and he threw it straight to Hamlin. And now Hamlin thought about going for three. Going to flip it out to, that's Mark Baker, who gets it over to Mostre. All three of them thought about taking the three-point shot. Eventually it's Gonzalez, and Gonzalez sinks it. 4 different players tried to set it up, and Gonzalez is the one that sends it through. Oh my goodness. Man, and I believe that was Braden Mostre. He and Brackett Brandon both got shaken up on that one. Good to see they're okay. I'm impressed they're still in the game. These are some tough basketball players right there. Till then, Brackett Brandon going to try to get this back. Oh man, they just heaved it up again. There it is. Just the Hail Mary pass, and this one actually works out in Broom's favor. Zion Wilkins able to get it in. Lead goes down to 20. 4:01, the official count. We got a stoppage. Now Mostre is checking out of the game. Brackett Brandon remains in. I believe that is Jack Clark coming in Mostre's place. And this is Clark flipping it outside to Davis. And now Davis looking to make something happen, gets it over to Hamlin. Hamlin sends it inside with Clark, and Clark got fouled. 2 free throw attempts coming up. And shot number 1 just off the rim. Looked like it might roll in for a second. Instead, it heads off to the right. And Kamaje Brackett Brandon for the Centurions has subbed out. Looks like Marquise Morgan has entered in his place. And this one is off the mark as well. Rebounded by Stephen Odell. Now to Carlos Cohen heading down the court. And heaves this one up for Wilkins, and that one partially blocked and falls to the wood. And it looks like they're going to say Wilkins was fouled this time. Clock stopped at 3:36. All right, and so both of those free throw attempts good for the Centurions. Landrum trying to get inside now. They send it over to Clark, and Gonzalez thought about going for three. This is Jack Clark, and that one is off the mark, rebounded by Odell, who heaves it down court. Wilkins, man, he had some great lead on that pass. And now Clark open, and that window closes quickly, bounces over toward the wall. So Broom. Yep, Landrum's gonna get this one. And now Broom almost takes it away. Another scramble for it, and I think they're gonna say that Broom got this. No, timeout called by Landrum. Looked like he was pointing down the court. He pointed it over to the Landrum bench. 3:03 left to go. Broom has cut down the lead a little bit. It was 17 to start the period. Landrum got it all the way out to 22. Now it's down to 14. Should be a fun one. Again, I mean, both these teams playing some really solid basketball. Landrum has just had a few more things go their way. They've been considerably more consistent, especially on offense. And they've been hitting their three-pointers, too. That has been a major factor. Mario Gonzalez, I believe, has two. Dylan Blue had one earlier in the game. I think just about every player on that team has had at least a three-point attempt. They've looked good so far. And that was Mark Baker unable to connect there. Franklin Davis sends it in, though. 37-19. Now Zion Wilkins drives inside. And now substitution coming up for Landrum. Gonzalez and Clark come out. Dylan Ballou and Chandler Thompson enter. Broom's going to hang on to the ball. And again, Broom just heaving this one down the court. Doesn't bite him that time to Carlos Cohen. Flips it over to, can't get a number there, and it's eventually recovered by Ballou and then taken right back. That's Marquise Morgan. And now Cohen for a long three. Oh, bounces out of the rim. Can Morgan do it? Nope, he's off the mark as well. And somehow Broom kept that one in play. Now it hit Franklin Davis right as it was going back inbounds and then bounced out. And yeah, they are going to give it to Broom. And they send it straight inside with Odell, and Odell can't shake the defenders there. And Broom will continue to hang on to the ball. Now they're going to try to break this inside. And Zachorian Broadus able to put that one into the net. Leads down to 16. Franklin Davis, nice little pass there to Thompson. Now Ballou for a long three. Oh, just off the mark. Looked like it might get stuck between the backboard and the rim for a second. Zion Wilkins driving down. He's got it. 14-point game now. Ballou trying to make some men miss. Gets it over to, that's Thompson, who drives inside and lost the ball. And he was fouled. 2 free throw attempts coming up here. Chandler Thompson's first shot is good. Lead goes out to 15. And shot number 2 is off the back of the rim, but then rebounded by Mark Baker. Ballou thought about going for 3, now drives inside, gets it over to Baker, and Baker unable to connect, but they're going to say he got fouled too. So 2 more free throw attempts coming up. They can get the lead all the way out to 17 here. And it'll stay at 15 for now. 39-23 in favor of the Cardinals, 16-point lead. And now Broadus gets this over to Wilkins. He's been their entire offense to this point, or at least in this second half. Now inside to Odell, and he short hops that one. Didn't really put much on it. Which is Mosteray thinking about doing it himself. Gets it outside to Ballou, and he's just going to go for the three-pointer, and that one is off the rim. He's 1 for 3 on three-pointers so far. Now to Carlos Cohen looking for an opening. Heaves it across to Odell, who gets it outside to Wilkins. Now Wilkins driving inside the paint. And we're going to say a shooting foul against Landrum. Wilkins will have 2 free throws. They can draw back within 14 here. He's got the first one. It's down to a 5-possession game. And Landrum with a mass substitution. Mario Gonzalez, Braden Mosteray, William Shipman, Noah Hamlin, and that's Brandon Jackson in there for the Cardinals now. And the second shot is good as well. Noah Hamlin looking for an open man, finds one in Gonzalez. And now Shipman has the ball, going for 3. Oh, just off the rim and almost rebounded by the Cardinals, and maybe, nope. And Cohen fell over. .48.5 seconds left to go in the third period. Broom is very gradually making their way back into this one. Cohen going to drive inside, almost had that stolen away, goes for the layup, and he's got it. A little underhand toss. And Broom's coach directing traffic from the sideline. See if it pays any dividends. Mosteray gets it right in the corner, sends it downfield to Shipman, who's all alone. And Broom's defense is able to get down there in time, stolen away. Zion Wilkins headed for the basket, and he's got it. Leads down to 12. Oh, no, 10. And now Shipman going to try and make something happen. Gonzalez had a window for a 3 there, and it's stolen away temporarily by Inman. Now Hamlin for a three-pointer, off the mark. Didn't have enough gas on that one. And now Broom, they've cut this lead down to 10 with 10.1 seconds left to go in the period. This could be the last possession before we hit the fourth. Zion Wilkins going to look to make something happen. And directing traffic, just going to have to heave this one up, and he's out of time. So that will be the end of the third period. We are off, or slated, I should say, for a very exciting finish. Landrum up 10. They were up as much as 22 early in this game, up 17 entering the third. And that lead has been cut down. It's just a 4-possession game. Don't go anywhere. This should be fun. Back in a moment. All right, and a quick quarter break there. Landrum looking to make something happen, trying to get this lead back, and may not happen here. Oh, great play by Mosteray to keep that in. Going for 3. Oh, what a series of events there. 13 points for Landrum, or a 13-point lead, I should say. And Broom just heaves this one up. D.T. Thompson rebounds his own shot, can't get it a second time. and goes for a third. This one rebounded by David Inman. He flips it out and eventually makes its way over to Carlos Cohen. And Mark Baker comes down with it. 4 or 5 straight shots. Broom didn't hit any of them. And now Landrum kind of looking to slow things down a bit here. I would imagine that would be their MO right now, up 13 in the 4th period. Hamlin going for 3, can't get it. Rebounded by Carlos Cohen. Cohen sends it inside to Inman, and when Baker had his hands on it, and Carlos Cohen said, "No, that's mine, thank you very much," and gets it back for the Centurions. Now he's all alone, and just misses the 3-pointer right into the arms of Noah Hamlin, who flips it down to Franklin Davis. Got an open lane, makes a man miss. Oh, that was beautiful. With a little hesitation, he waited for Carlos Cohen to pass by. Leads back out to 15, 44-29. And David Inman tried to drive past, or really drive through Gonzalez, and he lost his handle on the ball. Then he's going to get it around half court. Noah Hamlin to check in now. Gets a block from Gonzalez, does Davis. Now Davis driving inside. At least thought about shooting it. He does, and he scores! 46-29, lead is back out to 17. And Broom starting to hurry up. Oh, nope. That was Darren Crook just hurrying to get it into play. And that one's stolen away by Franklin Davis, and he got fouled, and he shoots. So that one should count, and should be 48 with an opportunity to get it to 49. We'll wait on them to update the scoreboard, and no, they're not going to say it was a shooting foul, so it remains 46-29. Davis now checking in, trying to find something, gets it over to Noah Hamlin, and Hamlin faked him out a little bit, acted like he was going to go for the 3, didn't, gets it over to Davis, and Davis tries to squeeze one in, can't pull it off, rebounded by Carlos Cohen. And Cohen gets it over to Wilkins, and Wilkins was barely ready for it, and maybe it shows there a little bit, couldn't quite connect. Now Noah Hamlin flips it back to Davis, and Mostere all alone driving inside, and did he get fouled? And they're going to call a push against Broom. And Mario Gonzalez wastes no time. You can hear the coaches throwing that one off from the sideline. I guess it worked. 48-29, lead is back out to 19. Biggest it's been was at 22. And DT Thompson just going to drive right inside and overshoots the rim. Noah Hamlin headed down the court. Might have an opportunity for a 3-pointer. And nope, Mostere now driving in from just inside the paint. No good. Rebounded by who else but Carlos Cohen. He has had a very busy second half. And that one blocked. I think they might call a foul here. And indeed. So DT Thompson going to get a free throw attempt to 2. He can put the Centurions over 30 if he connects on one of these. And make it an 18-point game now. And Landrum takes the timeout. I don't know if you... Oh, I forgot to change it to say 4th. Yeah, I don't know if you ice free throw shooters, but maybe that's what Landrum's trying to do. Give Thompson a little time to think about this. 48-30, Landrum up by 18. They've been all over Broom in this game. 2:51 left to go. So regardless of the outcome here, this is going to be Broom's last game for either their men's or their women's team. I think the girls' team already got on the bus and left because each team only has 2 games, and the Broom girls' team played 2 of the first 3, so they're already gone. Broom's going to pack it up and head out after this one. And then it's just down to Landrum and Chapman after that. And the second free throw attempt is good, leads down to 17 now. Mastere flips it out to Gonzalez, who thought about going for 3, and now Mastere has a window, and just off the mark. Partially rebounded by Davis, who gets it to Mastere, tries to underhand it in, and that's not going to work. Now Mark Baker flips it over to Noah Hamlin. Hamlin trying to find an open man. Heaves it to Franklin Davis, who has all day to set up for a 3-pointer, and he can't connect. So it's going to be Centurion ball here. 2:22 left to go. $17-point game. And they're actually going to say that Darren Crook got fouled. So Crook with the bonus shot here, and still trying for it. The shot's no good, eventually brought back in by Landrum. Now Noah Hamlin had a lane, spins around, and rebounded by Davis. Davis finally gets that one in. Landrum cracks 50. And Davis bats that one up. It's rebounded by Xavier Hill, falls right back into his hands, and now Crook for 3, just off the rim. Rebounded by Mastere, gets it over to Davis. Oh, Gonzalez is all alone! 52 points on the board for Landrum. And Broom sends that one out of bounds. Clock will stop with 98 seconds left, and Landrum subs out their entire offense. See if I can get some numbers. That's Lane Silver, see William Shipman, Dylan Collins, Dylan Ballou, and Chandler Thompson, I believe. No, it's Braden Lance, number 21, closest to the top of your screen in the upper right corner. And Collins under some major duress from Darren Crook, tried to get it outside, and they're going to call a push against Crook, so Landrum will retain possession. Oh, no, and they're going to give Crook some foul shots. So bonus for Landrum as well. And Collins' shot is no good, rebounded by Xavier Hill. And Hill trudging down the court, runs into a wall of Landrum defenders and makes his way into the arms of Darren Crook, who lost his handle on it twice before throwing it right to Blaine Silver. And now Dylan Ballou has it. He likes going for 3-pointers, trying to move some men around, reversing field a little bit, and eventually flips it over to Dylan Collins, who tried to get it to Shipman and eventually does. And now Ballou looking to move some traffic around. Clock is running below 50 seconds now. Blaine Silver trying to find an open man. And Broom doing a really good job of playing defense here. Collins just heaves it up, and Silver eventually puts it in. He rebounded it and then put it right back in the net. 54-31. Landrum rolling here, out to a 23-point lead. Can they make it 26? Yes, they can. William Shipman that time. And that's a 25-point lead, excuse me. Under 20 seconds now. And Mason Green gonna drive inside, and no, off the rim, rebounded by Dylan Ballou, and Brooke was not intent on getting out of Ballou's way there. Just stood him up right in front of the half-court line, and this will be a free shot for Ballou. looking to put 57 points on the board for Landrum. And this one is good. 7.4 seconds left to go. Landrum is going to play spoiler. Oh, no, and Blue's going to get a second free throw attempt here. Broom had an opportunity to put the tournament away if they went to 2-0. They are not going to be able to pull that off here, so they're going to have to hope that Chapman beats Landrum in the next men's game, and then that they are able to win that on tiebreakers with every team at 1-1. Xavier Hill under some major duress, and man, that play sums up about the whole game. I mean, Landrum's defense just suffocating this Broom offense, and a Broom offense that did pretty good against Chapman too. So that is how this one is going to end. Landrum putting on a clinic, 58-31, a 27-point win. By my count, at least. I'm not the best mathematician out there, but definitely a great showing and a great start to the afternoon for the Landrum boys JV team. Our next game is slated for 3:15. Again, well, I really don't know what to expect time-wise. We've had one start early, and then we've had two games that they've said, okay, we'll wait 45 minutes for that to start up. So just stay tuned. Not entirely sure when the next one is set to tip off. It's between the Landrum girls and the Chapman girls, and I've seen the Chapman girls practicing in the auxiliary gym behind us. So I imagine they're at least ready to go. I actually haven't seen the Landrum girls team around here anywhere. So maybe they'll be arriving within the next 45 minutes. Maybe they never left. Until then, though, we will see you at the very latest 3:15. Well, to say that it took a while would be an understatement, but after a really long wait, we are finally ready to get this one set off. Game 5 of 6, last one for any of the girls' team, or any of the girls' teams. This will be the clinching matchup. Oh no! Sydney Price just missed her handle on it, but yeah, as I was saying, in accordance with the tournament rules, whichever team goes 2-0 after both of their matches is crowned the champion. And both of these teams won their game against Broom. So we've got two 1-0 teams on a collision course here. Something's got to give. Winner of this takes home the hardware. And Sydney Price trying to make something happen from 3. Can't connect. Kayla Harden with the rebound. This is Madison Blackwell heading down the court. Gets it over to Grace McDaniel. And now Whitesides had a nice game early in the morning. Able to sink that one in. First points of the game go to Chapman. These two teams have met earlier this year. Just about a week ago, Landrum put on a clinic, beat Chapman 48-24. No such luck thus far, though. Chapman on a 2-0 run to the tune of 2 steals. Grace McDaniel from 3 overshoots that one, and it's bouncing around, and there was just a dog pile there. It's going to go the way of the possession arrow, I suppose. And Chapman will hang on to the ball. And Naomi Carrera says no to that pass, bats it right out of bounds. Chapman's going to get a second chance at it. Chapman in orange this time around. Both teams can't wear white, and I guess Landrum didn't bring their black ones with them. And so now this will be going in favor of Landrum. Nope, they say Chapman. Third time's the charm on this check-in, I suppose. And Chapman's finally able to at least get this into the field of play. Madison Blackwell from 3. Oh man, she sank it! Nice! Chapman goes up 5-0 early in this one. And Savannah Brown from 3, not going to connect there. And it's rebounded by Chapman. Grace McDaniel almost lost her handle on the ball, gets it back over to Blackwell, who goes for another 3-pointer, and this one is scooped up by Savannah Brown. Heaves it down the court for Sydney Price, and she misses. It's rebounded by Pearl Holloway, who kind of heaves it up, and it's a jump ball. This one should be staying with Chapman. Nope, they're going to call it for Landrum. I've really got to stop guessing on those. I'm never right. And they're just going to send it straight inside with Savannah Brown. Nothing doing there. And another jump ball. And so they're going to say this one goes to Chapman. Blackwell just slings it up for Whitesides, and now Whitesides making her way down the court. Going to get it to the other side for Harden, and Polly Arrington has that one knocked away. Grace McDaniel from 3-point range can't connect. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. Oh man, and Price is all alone again. Or check that, that's Naomi Correria, and she missed it. Now there's a scramble for the ball, and Landrum knocks their first points of the game. The Cardinals having some difficulty shaking off the rust, it looks like. And Correria from 3, nope, rebounded by Arrington. Holloway trying to steal that one. And they're going to get Arrington for a double dribble. Chapman on a 5-0 run early. Holloway flips it to the outside. Price is going to cut in. Looking for a lane, can't find one. Gets it back out to Olivia Clayton. And now Clayton takes it way out. I'll try and set this up again. Now Holloway to the inside over to Brown. That looks like a design play, and it results in 2 points for the Lady Cardinals. back down to a one-possession game. Chapman up by 3. Blackwell had a little trouble checking that one in, but gets it over to Grace McDaniel. And now Holly Arrington from underneath the goal, and they're going to get her for a traveling penalty. 3 minutes to go in the first period. Low-scoring affair thus far. All right, and looks like there was a call going against Landrum there. Chapman's going to check this in to Kayla Harden, who gets it back over to Whitesides. And now Whitesides, oh man, that pass got out of control early. Adeline West did what she could to reel it back in. And eventually makes its way out of bounds. Savannah Brown checks it into Pearl Holloway. The Landrum offense as a whole has been very quiet. Can Olivia Clayton change it? Nope. And Madison Atkins wisely lets that one go out of bounds. And Chapman will check it in. And Whiteside's trying to find someone, gets it over to McDaniel. She's going to have to go all the way down the court. Gets it over to Atkins, and nothing doing for Atkins. McDaniel with the rebound, and then Savannah Brown grabs it out of the air. Brown on the search for an opening, gets it over to Clayton, and Clayton has not been able to connect on those threes all afternoon, really. And this one is going to go in favor of the Lady Cardinals. They're trying to set up that three-point screen again, and they do. Sydney Price can't connect. Off the back of the rim, rebounded by Pearl Holloway, and Holloway tackles Adeline West. Wow. And timeout called by the Lady Panthers. We'll take one with them. This has been an exciting first half, despite the score. Chapman up 5-2. We'll be back in a few seconds. Not the start we expected to this one. I figured there'd be some offensive fireworks. Instead, it's been a defensive showdown that Chapman has gotten the better of. They'll try and extend their lead some here, and traveling called against Katie Whiteside. So scratch that. Landrum going to look to tie this thing back up, or at least get it within one. Pearl Holloway will send it in, or receive it from right at half court. And Holloway finds, that's Jordan Higgins all alone on the three-point line. Now Clayton for three, and again, just off the mark. And Brown rebounds her pass twice. It rolls out twice. And I think they're going to get her for a 3-second violation. It goes against Landrum, so Chapman's going to get the ball. Oh, and Sydney Price with the steal for Landrum, but can't get it back in bounds. And that one actually goes in favor of Landrum. She somehow did manage to get it in bounds. Katie Whitesides picked it up and then stepped out of bounds, or Chapman's going to hang on to it. And Adeline West all alone under the goal and can't put it in. Savannah Brown's almost went out of bounds there. Now heading down the court. Flips it over to Sydney Price. Price finally makes one. Landrum draws within 1 point of Chapman. with 77 seconds left to go in the first period. Now down to 75. Madison Blackwell will check in for the Panthers. Kayla Harden heading down the court. And Blackwell just heaves it up. It bounces off the back of the backboard. And it's eventually brought back in by the Lady Cardinals. And foul called against Grace McDaniel for the Panthers. Pearl Holloway will check in for the Lady Cardinals. And Holloway just heaves it up for Brown, and she's able to get it. Landrum takes their first lead of the game, and that is trusting in your teammates right there. She just lobbed it up and assumed Brown would be able to come down with it. Brown is the tallest girl on the court, and she was indeed able to reel that one in. And Chapman turns it over pretty quickly. Landrum's going to try to set up that screen again. And Brown had the smallest of windows to fit that one in there. It had the accuracy, but not the distance. It was a whistle anyway. And Brown, it looks like, was fouled. And she'll get 3 shots here. She can make this a 2-possession game if she hits them all. She's got 2, out to a 3-point lead. Had our scoreboard disoriented there for a moment. And man, Savannah Brown, 3 free throws in a row. Made it look easy. Landrum out to a 9-5 lead after going down 5-0 early in this one. Madison Blackwell misses that one. Rebounded by Farias Rodriguez. Under 40 seconds now, Pearl Holloway biding her time, trying to get some players into position. Finds Sydney Price alone, now gets it over to Clayton. Holloway going inside. Sydney Price tried to get it over to Rodriguez, and Madison Blackwell stepped right in front of the passing lane. There was a whistle blown, but Chapman will hang on to the ball. Kayla Harden to check in. And heaves it down the court for Blackwell, who tries to get over to Atkins, and it goes over Atkins' head. 23 seconds left to go. Pearl Holloway will check in for Landrum. And she sends that one over to Sydney Price. Will be below probably 15 seconds before they even think about taking a shot. And Holloway from 3-point range, no, rebounded by Clayton, and she's finally able to get one in. Landrum jumps out to a 6-point lead. Harden heaves it down the court again. Blackwell, last play of the period, and nope, with 0.2 of a second left, they stop it. So I guess Holloway is going to have a chance to just sling this as far as she possibly can. And yeah, no problem. So after Chapman jumped out to a 5-point lead, Landrum comes all the way back with 11 unanswered points. Chapman's got some work to do coming up here. Back in a moment. and we are ready to go. Chapman set to check this one in from half court. Madison Blackwell probably going to get this over to Grace McDaniel if I had to guess. So indeed it is McDaniel. Tries to find an opening. Blackwell from just inside the three-point line is no good. Rebounded by Savannah Brown, who heaves it down the court. Pearl Holloway had to adjust to the pass a little bit, but still able to connect. Landrum goes up by 8 points, 13-5 the score. And I'm really not sure what happened there. I didn't see a signal from the official. Must have been some kind of traveling or a double dribble, because there wasn't anyone around for Chapman to foul. And Holloway sends that one out of bounds. It was intended for Carreria, but bounced off her hand. And Landrum will retain possession. They're going to try to set that screen up. Chapman's got it defended well. And yet they break in a different way. And Farias Rodriguez gets it inside to Holloway. Holloway, no good, just off the back of the rim. Katie Whiteside's headed down the court. And Grace McDaniel is no good. Heaves it up, and it falls short, rebounded by Savannah Brown. And Holloway sends it to Rodriguez. Rodriguez, no, bounces around for a little bit, and it's eventually rebounded by Sydney Price. Rodriguez with the second chance, can't connect there either. And Whiteside's headed down the court with only Brown to beat. And, oh, nice shoulder fake from Whiteside's there. Used Brown's momentum against her. A little hesitation, and that was enough to get Brown out of the way. Easy layup for Chapman. Back down to a two-possession game. Rebounded by Landrum, but not for long. Now Grace McDaniel going to try to beat Brown, and she can't pull it off. And that was why. Looks like we've got a shooting foul here. The Panthers can get back within 4 points here. First one is on the money. And shot number 2 was in the rim and then bounced out, so it remains a 5-point game. Sydney Price heading down the court for the Lady Cardinals. Got Rodriguez open in the corner, and they send it inside with Holloway. Oh, and Carreria had a three-point lane open and mishandled the ball. He does get it back, and now Price from 3. No, rebounded by Brown, and she's got it. 15-8, lead is out to 7 now. And Whiteside's for a three-pointer on the money. What a shot. And she got fouled, so she'll have an opportunity to, we'll see if she can bring this within 3. And Pearl Holloway will sub out for the Lady Cardinals. Sydney Price checks in to replace her. And that shot is good. Chapman draws within 3. They have not led since early in the first period when they jumped out to a 5-0 lead. And Landrum responded with 11 unanswered points. And push called against Madison Blackwell. Landrum should get this one. They're going to send Olivia Clayton over there to check it in. And Clayton flips it over to Rodriguez, who gets it back to Clayton. Now over to Price. And Landrum struggling to get away from these Panther defenders. Send it inside with Brown, who flips it over to Carreria, and nothing happening for either side, really. I mean, those Panther defenders were just draped over that Landrum offense. All 5 players really struggled to find their footing on that possession. And not sure who called that timeout, but both teams could use it. Got to find some rhythm offensively. 15-12 when we come back. 3:24 left to go in the first half. All right, so here we go. Let's see what both sides got drawn up there. We've got some foul shots coming up for, should be, yeah, Noemi Correria. And shot number 1 for Correria is good. And shot number 2 banks off to the right, recovered by Kayla Harden, who sends it over to Arrington. And Arrington got by untouched. And eventually, I believe that was Adeline West sending it out by mistake. Madison Atkins checking in now for the Lady Panthers. Everyone headed down the court. And Price checks this one over to Brown. They'll try and get something set up. Landrum still hanging on to that 4-point lead. Chapman has not gone away in this one. Price for 3. Just off the mark. Recovered by Katie Whiteside, and it was a scramble for the ball. And Chapman will send this one in with Kayla Harden. She gets it over to Arrington. Arrington's got to beat Savannah Brown and sends that one way too high. And got airmailed twice and was recovered. There was a jump ball. This one's going to go in favor of the Lady Cardinals. Under 3 to play in the first half now. Been a pretty slow-moving game compared to the Landrum girls versus the Broom girls an hour or so ago. We'll send this one over to Brown. Brown looking to box some people out. Sends it inside to Rodriguez, and jump ball goes in favor of Chapman there. Looks like Brown and Rodriguez might have gotten flipped there. And both sort of playing each other's positions, it looked like. And that one rolls out of bounds. Chapman will hang on to it. Chapman breaks, and Rodriguez was almost able to bat that out of bounds. Instead, Kayla Harden gets a hold of it, and straight down the court, and she got fouled. 2 shots coming up for Kayla Harden. And, oh man, that one bounced around for a little bit, but it eventually does go in. Pearl Holloway substituting back in for the Lady Cardinals, and Amy Correria checks out. Chapman's cut the lead back down to 1 possession. Can Kayla Harden make it a 2-point game? No. Scramble for the ball, and Savannah Brown's the first one there. Heaves it down court, and you could see Grace McDaniel almost brace for impact there. And it hit McDaniel on the way out, so Landrum's going to hang on to it. And they're going to send it straight inside with Olivia Clayton, and I think that one went over the rim. Landrum will have another crack at it. We'll send this one inside to Brown, and Brown has been almost the entire Cardinal offense to this point. Just from inside the paint, she's hung out right underneath the rim and been able to pop it in when the Cardinals have needed her to some points, and McDaniel sends that one off the side of the backboard. It's recovered by Kelly Farias Rodriguez of the Lady Cardinals, and they're going to call her for traveling. A minute 53 to go now. Grace McDaniel going to drive inside from the paint, no good. And Polly Arrington accidentally bats that one out of bounds. And Chapman will hang on to this one. Couldn't quite, neither team could really figure out who had it there. And now Grace McDaniel, no, just off to the right. And that one goes out of bounds as well. Landrum's going to get this. Sydney Price will check in for the Lady Cardinals. And Olivia Clayton for the three-pointer off the mark. Recovered by Arrington. And then Sydney Price got it back, and she's able to connect. Landrum is the first to crack 20, up by 7 now. Grace McDaniel wrestles that one away from Farias Rodriguez. Now McDaniel heading down the court and has that one stolen away by Holloway. We'll see which way they rule it. And they're going to call that a shooting foul against Pearl Holloway. So Grace McDaniel going to have an opportunity to draw the Panthers within 5. Shot number 1 is good. And, yep, she's got another one. Shot number 2, no. And eventually it makes its way into the arms of Pearl Holloway, who has been just shut down in this game. Credit to the Chapman defense to be able to slow her down. .62 seconds left to go in this one. Holloway was fouled. Trying to get the Cardinals back out to an 8-point lead. That one is on the money. And her second shot goes off the backboard. Kayla Harden will check in for the Lady Panthers. 63 seconds to go. And McDaniel trying to find an opening. They get it over to West, and West short hops it. Rebounded by Pearl Holloway, who is one-on-one with Whiteside's going to drive it inside herself, and it rolls in. Nice job to box out a few defenders there. Landrum extends the lead out to 9. Grace McDaniel going to look to change that. And she passes it to Harden, who passes it to Whiteside, who gets it to West, and West throws it up, rebounded again by Holloway. And Holloway got a foul called, and the Panthers will get possession. Holloway will sub out. Kayla Harden checking in now. And Madison Blackwell all alone drives inside, and she's got it. Call that a 2-pointer. Leads back down to 7 for the Lady Panthers. This is Jordan Higgins. Put up from 3-point range, rebounded by Adeline West. Almost had it stolen away by Sydney Price. And now Whiteside just going to heave it down the court. And can't connect there. Last play of the first half. So, man, defense paramount in this one. Not what I was expecting. Again, I figured we'd see some offensive fireworks, but instead it has been really all defense. Landrum up 23-16 back in 10 minutes. All right, so we are back and ready for, I actually forgot to change it to say second. This is the third period now. Landrum leads it by 6. Chapman looking to cut into that deficit in any way they can, really. Offense has been hard to come by for both teams. And Pearl Holloway tries to send it in from the paint, cannot connect, and we got a jump ball to start this one out. Chapman will regain possession. And Harden checks it in to Katie Whitesides, who flips it back over to Harden. And now Grace McDaniel lost her handle on it for a second, flips it back over to Madison Blackwell, and Blackwell almost good from 3, rebounded by Sydney Price. And now Naomi Correria gets it over to Pearl Holloway, and Holloway hits the underside of the backboard. Can't bring that one in.
Dang it.
I'm sorry.
I had waited to make up at 2 seconds, and as soon as I went to click it, Luke took the mouse.
And Holloway got fouled there. First shot is good, so Landrum finally able to get on the board. And shot number 2 is good as well. Make it 25-16 for the Lady Cardinals. Let me see. Sorry, temper's starting to flare up a little bit. Going on a 7.5-hour stream, far and above the longest one we've ever done. Now this is Grace McDaniel, lost her handle on it, and it's going to be Cardinal ball. Sydney Price making her way down the court. Savannah Brown for the three-pointer, no problem. She's been the Cardinals' leading scorer in this game, and it's not even close. I don't have the stats in front of me to say how many she's gotten, but she has been a significant portion of their offense. And Chapman turns it over again. Landrum going to get it right underneath their basket, and a timeout called by the Lady Panthers. And now Holloway checks that into Brown, and Brown might have gotten fouled, and indeed she did. 2 free throw attempts coming up here for Landrum. They can crack 30 and get this to a 14-point game. Shot number 1 is on the money. Brown made 3 in a row earlier in the game. Shot number 2 is good as well. She has been nailing those tonight. Or this afternoon, I suppose. Katie Whitesides tries to get it over to Madison Blackwell. Blackwell was all alone, but the Cardinal defense closes in quickly. Now Whitesides for the three-pointer, and no good. Rebounded by Olivia Clayton. There's a scramble for the ball, and Whitesides able to reel it back in. But they're going to give this one to Landrum. And, Brown might have had a shot at a three-pointer there, but lost her handle on it, allowed the defense to close in. And now Brown trying to stop McDaniel. Oh, and that was a big-time foul against McDaniel. Grace McDaniel now for the Lady Panthers, trying to get them back within 12. Shot number 1 is good. And shot number 2 bounces off to the right, recovered by Savannah Brown. Taking your time getting down the court. She'll try and set something up. Sends it inside to Carreria, and it's eventually rebounded by Grace McDaniel. And we'll check the signal. And that's going to be a push against Chapman. All right, so Chapman has been able to cut the lead down to 13. 10 minutes flat left to go in the entire game. And Pearl Holloway able to take that pass out of the air, and Olivia Clayton and Katie Whitesides both kind of jumped up for it at the same time. They're going to give it to Chapman. Now Whiteside's trying to box Price out, kind of put herself into a corner, flips it out to McDaniel. Now McDaniel looking to make something happen. Under some duress, gets it over to Whitesides, who thought about going for 3 and sends it up and is partially blocked. And she was fouled. And Whiteside's first shot is off the mark. Madison Atkins subs out for Chapman. Adeline West comes in to replace her. And Landrum, yeah, they've got a 5th person on the court. Kind of lined up oddly there. And that one is rebounded by Kayla Hardin, who flips it over to West. And now McDaniel trying, can't connect there. Rebounded by Naomi Correria, and now Savannah Brown flips it all the way down the court, and it bounces off the hand of Pearl Holloway. So Kayla Hardin will get another chance to check in. McDaniel flips it over to Whitesides, who's going for the 3-pointer, and that one bounced straight up off the rim. Thought it was going to go in for a second and did not. Rebounded by Brown, and eventually makes its way over to Holloway, who misses. Holly Arrington able to bring that one in for the Lady Panthers. Ticking below 3 minutes to go now, in the 3rd period, that is. And West, I'm not sure who she was passing that to. Might have been trying to get it to Arrington, but she throws it right to Savannah Brown, who flips it over to, that was Pearl Holloway, finally able to get Landrum back on the board. Lead extends to 15 for the Lady Cardinals, and a timeout called by Chapman. And McDaniel gets the check-in from Hardin. And McDaniel thought about going straight inside, now flips it out the white sides and almost got the three-pointer there. Rebounded by Carrera, but it's knocked away by Harden. And Landrum will hang on to the ball. We check this one in to Savannah Brown. And now Brown has the ball make its way back into her hands. I don't know if that was a three-point attempt or a straight pass to Holloway, but there's a huge toss-up for it. And Chapman will get this one. Grace McDaniel making her way down the court, flips it out the white sides, and now Arrington for the three-pointer, off the mark, short, and rebounded by Savannah Brown. Holloway all alone again and can't reel this one in. That's the third or fourth time that's happened. Savannah Brown's been putting a lot on those passes, and all their recipients, be they for Chapman or Landrum, have struggled to catch up. White sides now treading in, gets it over to Arrington, and now McDaniel thought about the three-pointer. Now white sides, and things starting to slow down a little bit. Harding going to drive in, and they're going to get her for a traveling penalty. 1:48 left in the third period. Holloway gets it over to Brown. Brown almost lost it there. Whiteside's doing a good job of sticking with her. Now sends it in, and that one is taken away by McDaniel. And Pearl Holloway comes out of the game. Jordan Higgins comes in her place. Kayla Harden to check in for the Lady Panthers. And Arrington just heaves that one up, almost made it. Instead, it's rebounded by Carrera, who gets it over to Brown, and it looks like we got a push against Chapman. And Brown will check this one in, trying to find someone, and flips it out of bounds. Could not connect there with Clayton. Now Chapman's going to get a chance from right in front of their own goal. Grace McDaniel going to take it straight inside, and we'll see what the whistle was for. And it's going to be a shooting foul against Landrum. Or no, I think they thought it was, and now it's just going to be a little push or something. Katie Whitesides will check in for the Lady Panthers. Gets it over, and that one is tipped and rebounded by who other than Savannah Brown. She has been all over the place today. And Whitesides tries to steal that one away and gets it in a roundabout way. Brown just kind of had to heave that one up to get rid of it and threw it right over to McDaniel. Timeout taken by Landrum. 1:06 remaining in the third period. All right, and here we go. This is Olivia Clayton checking in, just chucks it up, and Brown lost her handle on it. It's going to be, cannot keep that one in play. Oh, so a big turn of events there for Chapman with 61 seconds left to go in the third period. And that one is flipped out to McDaniel. Gets it to Arrington, gets it to Whitesides, and Whitesides going for the two-pointer. No, rebounded by Savannah Brown. Just going to heave it down the court, and Carrera wasn't even looking for it. Yeah, they might have to sub out. Yeah, might have to sub Brown out for a few plays. At least from up here, she's looking kind of stressed. And that shot just kind of tossed up, and looked like the Lady Cardinals had it for a second, but the Panthers were able to reel it in, and Katie Whitesides gets some more points on the board. Oh, that's a live ball! Slipped right through the hands of Olivia Clayton. And Landrum will hang on to possession. They tried to get it over to Brown, and it eventually makes its way out of bounds. Chapman maybe mounting a little comeback here, 32-19. Grace McDaniel driving inside, tried to flip it to Arrington, and Arrington did what she could to keep it in play, but sends it right over to Jordan Higgins. And now Brown heaves it down the court, and man, Clayton held the ball for about a second, but they're going to get her for the traveling penalty there regardless. 5.6 left to play in the third period. Kayla Harden just going to have a few moments to set this play up. Whiteside just going to sling it. Almost connected. That was definitely close, and Landrum up by 13, but you can feel the momentum starting to swing in Chapman's direction, if just a little bit. Should be an interesting fourth period coming up. We'll be back in a moment. All right, so this is for all the marbles. 6 minutes to decide the tournament champion. Winner gets the trophy. This is Olivia Clayton driving inside, goes all the way around the three-point line, almost got it, and it bounces off. Looks like Landrum is going to hang on to it. Jordan Higgins set to check in for the Lady Panthers, trying to find someone, and sends it straight to Carrera. Almost lost it, and then airmails it right to Madison Blackwell. Again, this Panthers defense is being very opportunistic. Ton of steals tonight. And Grace McDaniel able to sink that one. Chapman draws within 11. Sydney Price back in the game for the Lady Panthers. Grace McDaniel, or Savannah Brown finally getting a breather over on the sideline. Until then, though, it looks like Chapman called a timeout. Yeah, sorry for the distraction there. Got a little sidetracked. The Cal-Washington State game, which is slated for 4 p.m., got canceled a few hours before kickoff, which makes me really upset because I'm a big Washington State fan. I was really looking forward to getting to see them play, and Cal kind of, I don't know, it's easy for me to say they bailed out at the last second, but disappointing turn of events there. Definitely more exciting stuff going on here, though. Another turnover forced by this Chapman defense. Madison Blackwell flips it over to Shalia Proctor. First time we've seen her today, or at least in this game. Left a pretty big mark on the Chapman Broom game to start the morning out. Until then, Katie Whiteside's going to check in. And Savannah Brown back in the game. Jordan Higgins subbing out. Whitesides flips it over to McDaniel, flips it to Harden. Harden looking for someone. Whitesides for 3. No. Rebounded by Savannah Brown. 5 minutes left to go. And Olivia Clayton lost her handle on the ball. So another pass from Brown goes out of bounds by no fault of her own this time. Clayton just could not reel it in. Under 5 to play now. Whitesides for 3. No. Rebounded by Brown. Bounces this one to the outside. Driving. Almost lost it there for a moment. Still going. And looks like Brown got fouled. And Landrum, will hang on to the ball. They check this one over to Brown, able to snatch that one out of the air. Now looking for some kind of opening. And sends it over to Carreria, right underneath the goal, and Carreria can't bring it in. Landrum will continue. Olivia Clayton set to check this in. Sends it over for Price, and good job of Price to stay in bounds. And now Price driving inside, got it knocked out of her hand, and she fell over, accidentally tripped Kayla Harden. Looks like they're both okay. And Chapman's sideline seems pretty happy about it. And they will get possession. Proctor checks it in to McDaniel. Chapman still down 11. Not out of reach, but they got to make something happen soon, and that's not going to help. Traveling called against Madison Blackwell. Landrum will check in. And Price sends it over to Brown. Brown crosses the field, gets it over to Carreria, and now Landrum has a 34-21 lead. And Harden had a difficult time getting that one away, sends it over to Blackwell, and that one bounces in. We'll see if they count it as a 2 or a 3, and it's only going to be 2. Brown tries to send it over to Clayton, and again, that one goes out of bounds. Chapman will get possession of this one as well. We've not seen Pearl Holloway in a while. And McDaniel, I think, got fouled on her way to the goal there. And indeed she did. So free throws coming up for Chapman. They can draw within 9, and McDaniel has been on target with these all game long. And shot number 1 is no different. Chapman within 10. Still going to be a 4-possession game here. Or no, she can make it a 3-possession game with this one. And with just under 4 minutes left, that would go a long way. No problem for McDaniel there. Brown going to heave it down the court, and they're going to say she stepped over the line. Katie Whitesides will check in now. Flips it out to McDaniel. McDaniel thought about going for three. Instead, Whitesides tries to sling it up over the head of Savannah Brown and got fouled in the process. And Whitesides hits the first. Chapman within 8. Again, you can feel the momentum starting to shift again. It's tough to say, but it just seems like the Landrum defense is starting to get a little gassed. This one is rebounded by Carrera. It's going to remain an 8-point game. Now Savannah Brown making her way down the court. Brown going to do it herself. And off the backboard, she rebounds her own shot, though, and that one goes in. Landrum gets the lead back out to 10. Grace McDaniel finding it opening inside the paint, and that one was tipped, rebounded by Kelly Farias Rodriguez. She flips it out to Sydney Price. Now Price looking for an opening. Clayton gets it over to Rodriguez, and nothing doing. One was short and goes out of bounds. Kayla Harden will check in for the Lady Panthers. And Savannah Brown getting an explanation for that one. Just over 3 minutes to play in this one. Madison Blackwell tries to drive it inside, and she got fouled, or at least pushed. And she'll get 2 free throw attempts. And not for a second it looked like the Panthers called timeout. They're just subbing in Shalia Proctor. Polly Arrington has checked out of the game. And that shot rebounded by Savannah Brown, who slings it down the court, and Clayton finally able to reel one in, and it's off the rim. Rebounded by Naima Correria. Gets it over to Price. Now Clayton off the backboard. Rebounded by Grace McDaniel. She's only got Clayton to beat. Heaves it up, and no, but that one is covered by Shalia Proctor. She sends it in, and she'll get an extra shot on top of it. She's got a chance to bring the Lady Panthers within 7. 2.5 minutes to go here, and Pearl Holloway has entered the game for the Lady Cardinals. And shot number 1 is good. 7-point game. Brown checks it into Holloway. Holloway, again, entering the game after a long rest. She should be good to go, and she drives it inside. No. Just off the rim, but she got fouled. Shot number 1 rolls in. And shot number 2 is no good. Oh, rebounded by Savannah Brown. What a play. So the lead goes back to 10. Grace McDaniel tries to drive it inside, but she completely lost the ball. And Chapman will retain possession. Katie Whitesides will check in for the Lady Panthers. Gets it over to McDaniel. Now back to Whitesides, going inside, and nope. Jump ball, and this one will go, should go in favor of Landrum if the possession arrow is any judge. And nobody seems to want to check this one in. Oh no, and we're in the bonus now. So Savannah Brown gonna get 2 free throw attempts, it looks like. Shot number 1 is good. Landrum has cracked 40. Shot number 2 is good as well. 41-29 with just over 2 minutes left to go. Chapman has some ground to make up if they want to win this. And traveling call against Madison Blackwell. That's the second time this game they've gotten her with it. Pearl Holloway will check in. Now Savannah Brown trying to find an opening. Driving inside and got fouled. Couldn't tell if the official held up 1 or 2 fingers there. And I heard one say 2. So they can stretch this out to a 14-point game. And Brown is good again. And she will have one more. And this one is good as well. Still perfect on free throws is Savannah Brown. Now Grace McDaniel trying to find an open player. Madison Blackwell for 3, just off the rim. And got a jump ball. Katie Whitesides did end up with it, but they're going to give this to Landrum. Or, nope, they'll give it to Chapman. Kayla Harden trying to find someone. Whitesides for 3, just off the rim again. And looks like Chapman's going to get a 3rd crack at it. Now McDaniel, and that one was well off the mark, and eventually makes his way back into the hands of Savannah Brown, who flips it over to Holloway. Holloway got fouled. .91 seconds left in this one. Holloway's first shot is no good, off the back of the rim. She can put the Lady Cardinals up 15 here. And she does, so with 91 seconds left, Chapman's got to find a way to make up 5 possessions. McDaniel from inside the 3-point line, no good, rebounded by Brown. Brown heaves it down the court and out of the reach of Holloway. And, yep, Arrington's going to check this one in. Gets it over McDaniel. 75 seconds to go now. McDaniel flips it over to Whitesides. Whitesides driving in. McDaniel can't find anyone. Now it's back in the hands of McDaniel. Block set. McDaniel flips it over to Whitesides, who's going for 3. And no. That one just off the mark. Whitesides has been close on all of them. Has not been able to reel it in, though. And a timeout called by the Lady Cardinals with 52.3 seconds to go. Up by 15. Looks like Landrum is definitely well in control of their destiny here. And with each passing second, it is looking more and more like the Landrum Lady Cardinals will win the girls' side of the tournament. Still, nothing is impossible, though. Chapman's going to need a lot, but this one's still technically within reach. And now Holloway checking into Brown. Brown driving inside. And just off the rim, rebounds her own shot. And she can't connect. Rebounded by Chapman. This is Madison Blackwell heading down the court, under 40 to play. And now Whitesides with a 3-point attempt. Man, she just can't hit him. It's like she's cursed or something. She's had 4 straight misses, and all of them have been within inches of going in. And now, ball back in the hands of Brown, and she's able to put some more points on the board. That's going to do it. Under 15 seconds now. 46-29 the lead for Landrum. Whitesides heaves it up. No. Recovered by McDaniel, and McDaniel falls. Clock is stopped with 4 seconds to go. Holloway just has to find a way to check this one in. I don't even know if Chapman's going to try to foul at this point. And they get it over to Brown. And clock is running, and that's going to do it. And the Landrum Lady Cardinals have won the girls' side of the JV basketball tournament. 2-0 notching wins against Broom and Chapman en route to that championship victory. And wasting no time is the Landrum boys team. They're already out on the court. Should be a fun matchup coming up. Landrum with an opportunity for the series sweep effectively. They can win both the boys and the girls tournaments if the boys are able to take down Chapman here in just a few moments. That game is slated to tip off at 5 p.m. and they've got the clocks in here set for half an hour, so it looks like that is when we're going to start that one up. Back in 30 seconds, or 30 minutes, I should say. I wish it was 30 seconds, but looks like we got another long wait in front of us. Alrighty, so we should be getting started with tip-off here in just a second. See if we can get the camera coming in. Tried to reset it, and we are just a moment too late. There we go. So, well, I guess you didn't really miss anything. Ball trots out of bounds. Daniel Johnson will check in for the Panthers. Gets it over to Nigel Pate, and now playing a little cat and mouse there with Franklin Davis. And now Coleman Gray flips it over to Nigel Pate. Pate had a really big opening game, and Chapman's lost to Broom, which, I mean, seems like forever ago. I think that game tipped off at 10:30 a.m., and now it's 5. And Coleman Gray tries to drive inside, nothing doing. No, wrong team. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, hang on. Let me see it. All right, and shot number 1 for Gray is good. Wait a second. Oh, no, they've got our scores backwards. They've got Chapman set up as the guest here. All right, so I think we got that sorted out on our end. Now we can start getting engaged for this game. Coleman Gray able to recover that turnover there. Nigel Pate looking to make something happen. Heaves it all the way across the court. Had enough air under it to get to Dalton Mahaffey in the corner. And Franklin Davis picks that one out of the sky. Now Davis looking to go inside, and too much heat on that one. Recovered by Dalton Mahaffey. Headed back down the court is Nigel Pate. And Pate, nobody home on Gray, and man, that was beautiful. Chapman goes up 6-0. And Mastere making his way down. This is Gonzalez going for 3, and he had a lot of them in Landrum's first game, not so much here. Nigel Pate flips it out to Johnson. Johnson wants to go inside, and that one is batted up and eventually recovered by Noah Hamlin. Hamlin trying to drive inside, and no good, but he got fouled. So they'll have an opportunity to give the Cardinals their first points of the game here. And he is able to sink that first one, so Landrum finally able to get on the board and cut into this lead. 6-1. Can make it 6-2. And indeed he does. 4-point game. Johnson checks it over to Pate, who gets it back to Johnson, and now they're sending it over to Dalton Mahaffey, who tries to flip it inside. That was Dawson Waters losing the handle on it. Recovered by Noah Hamlin of the Cardinals. Hamlin flips it into Mark Baker, who got fouled there. And they will not call that a shooting foul. Franklin Davis will check in. And they flip it out to Gonzalez before going inside with Mastere. Now Gonzalez open on the side. Oh, so close. Went into the rim and then rolled out. So the score remains 6-2 in favor of Chapman. Oh, and Gray airmails that one out of bounds. And it looks like we got a timeout taken by the Panthers. We'll take one with them. I got to catch my breath. We got off to a late start. Hopefully we can find a way to get our feet back under us here in the next few seconds. We've had no sightings of Matthias Scott yet. He has not seen as much action today as he did in the last game against Landrum. Even against Broom, he was not in the whole time like he was last time. But this is, yep, that was Noah Hamlin again, able to sink a three-pointer. So Landrum on a 5-0 run after Chapman went up 6-0. And the clock will stop with 3:17 left to go. Hang on. And now Nigel Pate has the ball, looking for some kind of lane, gets it over to Waters. Or no, that's Gray, excuse me. Gray drives it inside, gets it over to Harrison Bridges, and Bridges sinks it. 8-5 now. Jack Clark gets it over to Hamlin, and now Hamlin gets it back to Clark. Davis has it. Davis looking for some kind of opening, might have one in Mosteray. Mosteray drives it to the inside, gets it over to Clark, and Clark had to adjust to get that pass. Landrum still looking for an opening. Chapman defense has done a good job of clogging up everything, and looks like they're going to get Bridges with a push. Franklin Davis set the check in. And he finds, that's Baker, found him. Now it's back in the hands of Davis. He gets a block from Baker. Davis flips it to the outside. Mosteray going for, he was right on that three-point line. I think they're only going to give him 2. And indeed they will, so 8-7. Good play there by Mosteray, keeping it close for Landrum. Now this is Coleman Gray driving inside, and he sinks it. Back out to a 3-point lead for Chapman. Under 2 to play in the opening period. Been an exciting one so far. Neck and neck the whole way. And Hamlin at least thought about shooting that. Now going to drive in, flip it out to Davis on the other side of the court. Davis looking for something. Catches the block from Baker, and it was an impromptu pass there to Baker. Now finds his way back to Davis, and he tries to sling it across the court. That's not going to work. Dalton Mahaffey got right in front of it, and he sinks the layup. Back out to a 5-point lead for Chapman. Mosteray caught between 2 Panthers. Now, man, Chapman has done a really good job of guarding the 3-point line. And Harrison Bridges passes it just kind of to no one in particular. I think it was intended for Daniel Johnson, but it scoots down court and is eventually recovered by the Cardinals. And now Hamlin, no. Cannot connect on the bank shot. Johnson gets this one out to Nigel Pate. Mahaffey flips it out to Gray. Gray for 3, and nope, but it's rebounded by Bridges, and that one is batted up in the air. And Bridges will get 2 foul shots. Chapman can stretch the lead out to 7. That's the largest it's been for them. Or that will be the largest it's been if Bridges can connect on these 2 shots. With 40.7 seconds left in the first period, Landrum has trailed the entire time. And now the entire Chapman defense subs out. We saw them do this in their earlier game, or actually Harrison Bridges is going to stay in, but he's got a replacement waiting right in front of the bench. And that shot is off the mark. Lead remains at 5. Jack Clark trying to make some men miss. Can't quite get what he was looking for. And now Davis flips it over to Hamlin. Hamlin looking to get outside. And now Thompson thought about going for 3. Now he flips it out. That's a live ball recovered by Hudson Moss. Going for the layup, and he's got it. 14-7. with just over 10 seconds left to go in the first period, and Davis loses his handle on the ball. It's a free-for-all, and somehow Sean Cunningham able to recover that and hands it right over Landrum with one last shot, and clock runs out of time. Looks like he would have missed it anyway, but what a turn of events there in the last 30 seconds. And if that first period was any judge, we have got one heck of a game set to close things out here. Chapman up by 7, 14-7 when we come back here in a moment. All right, and the whistles have blown for the second period of play. Hudson Moss going to try to get this across half court. There's Matthias Scott, the distributor himself, distributing it over to Hudson Moss. Now going inside, and that one is off the mark. Oh, and it looks like Riley Staten got fouled there, so that would explain why it was off. Chapman can stretch this out to a 9-point lead. And oh man, just bad luck there. It was on target for State and then just popped out. Just it didn't really want to go in that time. See if this one is on the money. No! Dang, just a bad stroke of luck there for Staten. And now Gonzalez for 3, just off the mark. Hit the backside of the rim, and now Matthias Scott gonna get it over to Moss. Moss driving inside, looking for the layup, and just rolls off the rim. Recovered by Gonzalez, flips it over to Hamlin. Now Noah Hamlin gets it back to Gonzalez. And Hamlin for 3, didn't get enough on it. Recovered by Moss. Sends it inside for Scott, and Scott's got it! Chapman goes up 16-7, and Scott got fouled. They can make it a 10-point game here. Jacob Cogdill's entered the game for the Panthers, and Scott's shot is good. 10-point lead for Chapman. And now Landrum with a mass substitution of their own. They've replaced almost their entire starting lineup. Franklin Davis, William Shipman, used to be Mark Baker, Dylan Ballou, who runs over Hudson Moss. Brandon Jackson completing the lineup for Landrum. Chapman's going to get the ball right around half court, though. Penalty called against Landrum. Hudson Moss driving inside, flips it out to Scott. Now Scott tries to go in, and they're going to get him for traveling. So right back to the Cardinals. 5 minutes to go in the first half. Been a quick one so far. And Shipman sends that over to Ballou. Ballou looking for an opening. Flips it out to Davis. Davis thought about going for it. Decides not to. And now Davis flips it out to Shipman. Ballou for 3. Oh, just off. Looked like Riley Staten's free throw attempts there. Man, this ball just does not want to go into the basket today. That is the third or fourth time that it has been inside the rim and then hopped out between both teams. And they're going to check this inside to Jackson. And Jackson got fouled, so Landrum can overcome this double-digit deficit if they're able to put some points on the board here. Jackson's first shot is good. Rolled around there for a second. Looked like it might be the fifth ball that just hops out on its own, but it does go in. And shot number 2 is good as well. Landrum back within 8. Mathai Scott checks it into Hudson Moss. Moss has had a busy game, and Sean Cunningham almost lost it there. Now they flip it inside to Staten, and that one bounces off the rim. Recovered by Landrum. This is Dylan Ballou now. Ballou trying to box some people out. Now it gets it over to Mostre, who's looking for a man. Finds Franklin Davis well behind the three-point line. Now Mostre tried to set up for a 3. Hudson Moss is all over him. And foul called against Chapman. And look at this, they're getting ready to sub in, and there they go. They're subbing in their entire defense again. So we're back to the starting lineup of Daniel Johnson, Nigel Pate, Coleman Gray, Dawson Waters, and Dalton Mahaffey. And ball is loose, recovered by Landrum, and Mark Baker tried to go for it, could not connect. Or no, that was Brandon Jackson, on the shot. And now this is Dalton Mahaffey. Or nope, Daniel Johnson, unable to connect from 3 there. Braden Mostre looking around for the Cardinals, and he got fouled. So Mostre can put the Cardinals over double digits and draw them within 6. Again, Landrum has not led in this entire game. Shot number 1 doesn't even hit the rim. Nice toss there from Mostre. And shot number 2 goes off to the left, recovered by Dawson Waters. And he flips it out to Daniel Johnson. Johnson's driving inside, and they're going to get him for traveling. Landrum trying to get this down to a 2-possession game. And that's not going to help. Mostre sends it out of bounds. 3:28 left to go in the first half. Dalton Mahaffey looking around, finds Johnson, or Johnson was open, it was tipped by Franklin Davis, and then Mark Baker goes inside, steps back, and has 2 Panthers run into each other, which opened up the lane for him to score there. That was something else. And now Mahaffey for the 3-pointer, off the mark, and batted into the arms of Franklin Davis. And Davis can't connect there. This one's recovered by Mahaffey, who gets it over to Pate. And now Coleman Gray for 3. Nope, bounces off the rim, recovered by Brandon Jackson. And that pass goes off the chest of Jackson, recovered by Johnson. And I think Mostre fouled him. And indeed, there was a foul. Johnson's going to get 2 free throws. They can get the lead back out to 7. Shot number 1 is no good. And that'll be the only shot he gets. Mostre now headed down the court. Gets it over to Gonzalez. And now Mostre trying to drive inside, having trouble crossing that 3-point line, gets this one up, and it's no good, but batted away by Daniel Johnson. So Landrum's going to hang on to this. Mario Gonzalez will send this one in. Blaine Silver has entered the game for Landrum. And Gonzalez for 3. Oh, that was gorgeous. And now, all of a sudden, we got a 2-point game. 17-15 in favor of the Panthers, and can Landrum get a takeaway? They do! Franklin Davis has a lane, and it gets clogged up very quickly. He still goes for it. Tied game! Franklin Davis with an incredible shot in traffic. Under 2 minutes now. We'll see if Chapman can respond. Nigel Pate sends it inside to Waters. Now Waters going to get it to Pate. Gray for 3. And Gray almost had that one. Recovered. Nope. Blaine Silver had a shot at it, and then it goes out of bounds. And again, Chapman subbing out their entire offense. So this is group 2, I guess we'll call them. Entering the game now. Jacob Cogdell gets this pass. Hudson Moss flips it back to Cogdell. Now Cogdell headed inside. Oh, Sean Cunningham is all alone, and he misses. And really bouncing around now, recovered by Blaine Silver. Gets it over to Franklin Davis. Davis driving down the court. Gonna shoot. Oh, that was close. Could not quite pull it in. Riley State with the rebound gets it over to Scott. 80 seconds to go in the first half. Scott gets it to Moss. Cunningham alone again, drives inside, off the rim. Now we've got a whistle. Push against 55 of Landrum. So Chapman will retain possession here, I think. And nope. Actually, Staten's going to get 2 free throws. So he can put Chapman back out in front. Again, the game is tied. Landrum still has not led. And shot number 1 is off the mark. And that'll be all. Landrum making some substitutions as well. Noah Hamlin comes back into the game. Mark Baker in as well. Silver and Jackson are taking a breather. Davis flips it. Oh, man! Hudson Moss is having none of that. Mostre tried to send it inside, and Moss just put his hand straight up. It'll remain Landrum ball. Under a minute to play now. Gonzalez trying to drive inside, got a clean lane, and that one falls short. Recovered by Bridges, gets it over to Cogdell. Under 50 seconds now. Scott trying to find the open man, gets it to Moss. Now Moss backed into a corner, lost the ball, and Chapman's going to hang on to it. Bounced off the foot of the Landrum defender. Moss checking this one into Cogdell. Cogdell trying to find something. Gets it over to Cunningham. Cunningham's alone again, and he can't connect. 0 for 3 on the game is Sean Cunningham. And a little no-look pass over to Mostre. Now Hamlin all alone from the 3-point line and can't connect. Recovered by Moss. Under 20 seconds to go. 15, Moss driving inside, runs right into Mostre. And I think they're going to say that Moss was the one that got fouled. Or we're in the bonus now, so Moss will have 1 shot to put Chapman in the lead, and it's no good. All right, take that back. I guess that was a shooting foul. Never mind. So 1 more shot for Moss. This one is no good as well. Rebounded by Matthias Scott. Cunningham gets it back over to Moss. Under 10 seconds. And that one is batted away by Dylan Ballou. Chapman will get the ball back. 5.9 seconds to go. Landrum looking for a defensive stand. Trying to get this into halftime as a tied game. And they send it straight inside for Scott, and he misses. Recovered by Davis, and Davis just heaves it. And I tell you, from sending that one all the way across the court, that was closer than it had any right to be. He was pretty close to making that shot. Instead, though, it falls to the wood. 17-17. Neither of these teams are going to go quietly. Championship on the line, or at least for this tournament. Winner takes home the hardware, loser goes home. And that is the end of the second period. Back in about 10 minutes. All right. Well, this will decide the boys' championship right here. Chapman versus Landrum, all knotted up at 17. The Landrum girls team defeated Chapman in the last game to take home the girls' championship. Landrum going for the series sweep, but Chapman not making it easy for him. Still 17-17. This is Braden Mostere shooting, and he's got the first points of the second half and gives Landrum their first lead of the entire game. 19-17 in favor of the Cardinals. And Mostere steals this one away. Nigel Pate sent it inside, but the pass hung in the air for a little bit. Franklin Davis drives to the goal, and he's got it. 21-17. You can hear that Landrum sideline getting fired up. And Daniel Johnson turns it over that time. Franklin Davis making a beeline for the goal, and not this time, recovered by Dalton Mahaffey. Nigel Pate looking for an opening. He's driving inside, and he can't connect. This one rebounded by Mark Baker. Braden Mostere heading down the court, flips it out to Gonzalez, and Gonzalez from three. Oh, just off the mark. And we got a jump ball. She's going to go in favor of Chapman. Daniel Johnson will check in. And nope, we got timeout called by the Cardinals, it looks like. 4:44 left to go in the third period. 10 minutes and 44 seconds overall. All right. So coming out of that timeout, Chapman flipping it around a little bit. Nigel Pate has it now, gets it over to Daniel Johnson. And now Johnson sends it over to, that's Coleman Gray. And Gray they're going to call that a shooting foul. The Landrum bench is adamant that it was incidental contact. And the ref's heading over to give them an explanation now. Coleman Gray with a chance to get Chapman back within two. I believe he had some free throws earlier that were on the money. First one is good. And Braden Mostere checks out of the game for Landrum. Jack Clark is going to take his place. And Gray's second shot is off the mark, recovered by Baker. Now Davis tries to flip it over to Clark, and that one knocked away by Coleman Gray. And now Mahaffey drives the inside and gets it to Payton. He's got two. And they're called a shooting foul against Landrum, so Payton will have an opportunity to tie this game up. And Pate's got this. Tied game now. Substitution made for Chapman. Waters checks out. Harrison Bridges comes in his place. Now Franklin Davis driving down the field for the Cardinals. Flips it over to Clark. Now back to Davis. Davis directing traffic. Gets a block from Baker. Now Gonzalez thought about going for three. Flips it inside for Mark Baker. Flips it back outside. And foul called against Chapman. Davis is going to have a prime opportunity for a three-pointer there. So a good foul for Chapman. And Davis checks it to Noah Hamlin. Hamlin wanting to go for three, sends it inside to Baker, and Baker loses it. There's a scramble for the ball, and it'll be interesting to see who they give this to. And it'll remain Landrum ball. So I guess the ball itself never went out of bounds, but Dalton Mahaffey touched it, and he was out of bounds. And now Landrum flipping it around a little bit. Hamlin going for a moving shot, can't connect. Sends it over to Clark. He can't get it. And it's recovered by Coleman Gray of the Chapman defense. And they flip it over to Dalton Mahaffey, who's going for three. No, recovered by Jack Clark. And Davis heaves it down the court, and Coleman Gray runs right into the announcers table, trying to bring that one back in. And Chapman with another one of those 5-man substitutions. The second set of players has entered the game. No such subs for Landrum quite yet, at least not in this period. They've done it once. Chapman's done it 3 or 4 times. And Hamlin tries to get this inside to Clark. Sean Cunningham takes it away. Cunningham got fouled. And nope, Cunningham was headed to the free throw line. I guess he thought he got fouled, and now we'll get a chance at it. Knocked away twice by Landrum, and Cunningham's going to send it over to the outside. Matthias Scott trying to find someone open. He's going to drive it in and tried to get it over to Riley Staten, and Staten missed it. Chapman will hang on to the ball. Hudson Moss going to check in now. Jacob Cogdell with the handle now, driving in, steps back out, gets it over to Scott, who gets it to Cunningham, gets it to Moss. Now Moss flips it inside, and are they setting Cogdell up for three? He's got it! Chapman retakes the lead, 24-21. Great shot there by Jacob Cogdell. And Noah Hamlin, oh! Great defensive play there by Cogdell. Knocked it right out of Hamlin's hand. They didn't even know he was coming. Landrum will retain possession though. Chandler Thompson has entered the game for the Cardinals. He gets it over to Jack Clark. Now Clark from inside the three-point line, no good. Recovered by Noah Hamlin, who is cornered. Somehow gets out of it, and his shot is off the mark as well. Recovered by Riley Staten. Gets it over to Cunningham, who gets it to Scott. Scott almost went out of bounds. Cogdell tried to set up for three, ran out of time. Checks it inside to Staten, and Staten off the mark from the free throw line. Recovered by Noah Hamlin. Almost lost it, but he's able to regain his composure. Everyone back across court. Thompson fakes it to the inside. Now Clark gets it back over to Thompson. Moss tries to go for the steal, can't get it, and Franklin Davis slow things down a little bit. Davis flips it back over to Baker. Baker can't find anything. Tries to send it inside, and that one's going to be taken away. Ill-advised throw there from Baker. Chapman will get the ball. And we've got 100 seconds left to go in the third period. This game's been moving by exceptionally quickly. Chapman still hanging on to that three-point lead. Cogdell going to make it 6! And a timeout called by the Cardinals. So Landrum, after starting out this period on a 4-0 run, taking their first lead of the game, Chapman has made it known that they are not, at least not going to go away easily. They are making a statement here too, especially after the last game between these two teams where Landrum was down, we think, for just about the entire game up until the last 2.5 minutes when they came back, mounted a furious comeback effort, and were able to take down the Panthers 44-39. You got to be thinking that game is weighing on everyone's mind right now. Jacob Cogdell, though, did not have much of an impact the last time these two teams played, but he has 2 consecutive three-pointers that have put Chapman out to a 6-point lead after getting tied at 21. Franklin Davis looking to find an open man now. Dylan Ballou has entered the game for Landrum, and this one goes to Ballou. Sends it down the court to Hamlin. Hamlin tries to drive inside, almost lost the ball. And from underneath the rim, can't connect, rebounded by Sean Cunningham. Matthias Scott now sends it over to Harrison Bridges, and Bridges lost it. And they're going to say this one stays with Landrum. Just over 7 minutes total in the game now. Blue driving and runs right into Scott. Fell over, lost his handle on the ball. And I think they're calling that against Matthias Scott. Yep, and Noah Hamlin will check in for the Cardinals, gets it over to Davis. Now Davis sends it to Blue, who thought about going for the three-pointer. Instead, he sends it over to Mostre. Now inside to Hamlin, and Hamlin's got it. 4-point game. Hudson Moss now sending it over to Sean Cunningham. Matthias Scott. Oh, and Cogl's open again. And this one off the mark, rebounded by Scott. Got it over to Bridges, and Bridges has it. Back to a 6-point game. Under 30 seconds to go here. Ball is loose, and Landrum will hang on to this one. Cogdill, the last player to touch it. Now Davis trying to find someone. They send it inside to Baker, and Baker got fouled. With 15 seconds left to go in the third period. Baker's going to have an opportunity to get this back to a 4-point game. First shot is perfect. Can his second one match? Lead is down to 5. And shot number 2 is on the money as well. 29-25. Cogdill looking for a three-pointer. Sends it back over to Scott. Under 10 seconds now. They're driving inside. Oh no! Davis has a clear lane. Goes for the layup, and he's got it. And that will be the end of the third period. Landrum only down by 2. Man, and disaster strikes for Chapman at the end of that one. So don't go anywhere. We are en route to a thrilling conclusion. Championship just 6 minutes away from being decided. Chapman up by 2, 29-27 when we come back. All right, 6 minutes to decide it all. The champion of this going on 10-hour JV basketball tournament, 6 minutes away from being decided. The starting lineup for the Panthers has come back in. And now Coleman Gray looking to find an opening, driving inside, gets it over to Waters. Waters lost it, and it makes its way into the hands of Dalton Mahaffey, who gets it over to Johnson. Johnson gets it to Pate. Pate looking for some kind of opening. And Mahaffey is all alone, had a man coming at him and airmails it. Rebounded by Gray, he can't connect. And now Davis with another free shot. Can he tie it? No! And Mahaffey looks to have knocked that one out of bounds, so Landrum is going to get a second chance at it. Still a 2-point lead for Chapman. Davis had a chance to tie it up there and could not send it through. Looks like we got a timeout taken. Not sure if that was by Landrum or Chapman. If it was by Chapman, I imagine we're in mind games territory now, trying to make Davis think a little bit about checking this one in. It does look Looks like Landrum is drawing something up. I see the whiteboard and the marker out. And here we go. We'll see what Landrum drew up. Braden Mostre going to check in. No substitutions for either team, it looks like. And they send this straight inside with Davis, and that one was not even close. So I guess that play they drew up must be for another time. And Daniel Johnson almost lost his handle on the ball and now gets it over to Pate. Coleman Gray going to drive inside, and he's off the mark. Ball's up and rebounded by Dalton Mahaffey. Andrew trying to steal this. Oh, Gray is wide open, and he's off the mark. Rebounded by Mark Baker. Mostre driving, tries to get it. Oh, got a little too fancy there. Jumped up and tried to send it to Baker between his legs. Landrum will retain possession. Mostre to check in. You can hear the calls go to Mario, meaning Gonzalez, and Mario was not open. They send it to Davis, and Davis can't connect, but he was fouled. He sinks both of these, and we've got a tied game again. Landrum has led in this one. It was only for about 20 seconds, I'd say, before Chapman managed to come back within striking distance. First shot for Davis is good. Mark Baker checks out of the game. Brandon Jackson replaces him. Second free throw attempt for Davis. This one is good. Tied game, 29-29. Daniel Johnson sends it over to Nigel Pate. Johnson gets it to Gray, sends it inside to Waters. Now Waters, oh, Pate is all alone, sinks it. There were 4 Cardinal defenders inside the paint, it looks like. Waters kind of lost his handle on the ball, and I think everybody went for it except for Pate. He was all by himself, 32-29, closing in on the 4-minute mark. Still plenty of time for either of these teams to execute their offense. And Dalton Mahaffey, I think they're going to get Mostre with a push. And that one is indeed against 24. And Chapman with the 6th mass substitution so far. Not sure if this will be the last one or not. Hudson Moss will check in. He sends it over to Cogdell. Cogdell driving inside, flips it out to Scott, who wanted to go for 3. Now Moss is going to do it, and Moss is off the mark. This one rebounded by Franklin Davis. And it goes out of bounds. He just lost the ball there. And that mistake may loom large as we enter the closing stages of this one. A turnover, and a preventable one at that. Matthias Scott going to send it over to Moss, who sends it back to Scott. Now Scott hammers it over to Cogdell. Cogdell flips it to the outside with Cunningham now to Scott. Looks like they're trying to set Cogdell up for a 3-pointer, maybe. And they send this one inside with Staten. Now Moss going to drive it, and that one is off the mark. Bouncing around, recovered by Franklin Davis. Still just a 3-point game. Davis and gets it to Hamlin. Hamlin goes for 3, and that one was well short of the mark. Rebounded by Cunningham. Got it to Cogdell, who got it to Scott. Chapman starting to slow things down a little bit. Moss driving inside. Staten going for it. Off the rim. Rebounded by Moss. Flips it out to Cunningham, who flips it I don't know how Moss got from point A to point B so fast. And Matthias Scott for the three-pointer. No. Rebounded by Noah Hamlin, who gets over to Mostere. And now Mostere going for Gonzalez, who flips it out to Davis, who flips it to Mostere, who thought about going for three. And Gonzalez for the bank shot. Got it! Tied game! What a throw from Mario Gonzalez. 32-32. 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Don't go anywhere. And I think Landrum went for the intentional jump ball there, and it looks like they might have got it. Timeout called by Chapman. So we'll have 30 seconds to think this one over. Landrum's sideline is pumped up. Still very much anyone's ball game. If you want to be technical about it, we have got 144 seconds left in this one. Tournament championship on the line here. Still ripe for the taking between either of these teams. I'll have to go back and look at the scores, but if Chapman wins this game, I think, I don't know, it's tough to say, because Landrum's offensive output has been pretty high, especially after that first game against Broom. I don't think Broom can win this on tiebreakers if Chapman comes away with the win. I think whoever wins this one is going to win the tournament outright. And Landrum looks to be drawing something up again. They got to get out of the huddle. And there they go. Hudson Moss will check this one in. Oh, no, now he's headed for center field. Noah Hamlin going to check this in for Landrum. Franklin Davis going to try to drive this inside. Goes behind his back and lost it. Sean Cunningham has it now. Going inside for Matthias Scott. And that one's off the mark. Rebounded by Bridges. And we'll have to see where this one ends up. Bridges might have gotten fouled. And indeed he did. So he'll have at least one free throw attempt. And nope, no free throws here. Hudson Moss will check in just to push or something. And Matthias Scott from straight under the rim, he's got it! Chapman gets the lead back. Braden Mostere driving down the court. Oh, airmails that one out of bounds! Tried to get it to Mark Baker, but Baker was too far up the court. Chapman has it with 2:05 left. Moss going to drive this one inside, sends it over to Bridges. Bridges boxes a man out, sends it straight up, and rebounded by Cunningham. Cogdell now has it, passes it over to Cunningham. Bridges with the second attempt, and he's got this one. It bounced around for a while, but it does go in. Chapman's got a 4-point lead. Landrum needs to make something happen. 100 seconds left. Gonzalez tried to send it inside. It bounces off of Davis's shoe, and that might do it. Sean Cunningham with the layup to give Chapman a 6-point lead. And oh man, this is huge. Cunningham got fouled there. If he sinks this, it's a 3-possession game. Biggest free throw of the night in any of these games. And Cunningham is off the mark. 2-possession game. And timeout called by Landrum. Or was that a timeout? I don't know. Did they get Hamlin for traveling? I didn't see a signal. If it wasn't traveling or a timeout, I don't know what else it could have been. But Landrum's coach is steaming, so I assume... Oh! So it's a foul. Coleman Gray now going to have a chance to extend this to a 3-possession game. And Gray's got it. 7-point lead for the Panthers. Can he make it 8? And And that one is good as well, 32-40. Landrum's got 90 seconds to get back in this. 1 minute and 34, the official count. And now we got a timeout called. I think Chapman took that. Coach Dylan DeYoung for the Cardinals still looking for answers from the officials. He's been fired up all evening. And it looks like Landrum's comeback efforts are going to be made doubly difficult. Chapman is going to start this possession off with the ball. And they flip it out to Moss. And Chapman can really afford to just take their time and burn some clock here. MacArthur got in a trap block. Cogdill driving inside. Lost the ball. And somehow got it. No, he didn't get it back. There's a scramble. Dylan Ballou gets it and throws it right to Sean Cunningham. And I think Landrum might have called a timeout to get Ballou out of that spot, and it looks like they did. 13 seconds roll off the clock. No progress made by either side. 79 seconds left in the game. And so Landrum will get to check this one in. Gotta find something if they want to have a shot moving forward. And then checks this over to Davis, now going to Ballou. Ballou gets it over to Davis. Davis driving down court. Oh, Hamlin was all alone and they missed the pass. Dylan Ballou had to do everything he could to get it back inside. Sends it straight to Hudson Moss, who got fouled. 63 seconds left to play now. And Hudson Moss looking to make this a 10-point game. If he makes both of these, it's as good as over. And the first one is off the mark. There remains hope for Landrum. Doesn't make a huge difference if he sinks this one or not, because Landrum's probably going to be going for threes anyway. And this one off the mark as well, 8-point game. They got to find a way to get past this Chapman defense, though. They've had trouble doing it. Ballou for three, off the mark, and into the arms of Gonzalez, floats it up, and that one is good. Clock stops at 49.5 seconds left to go. Timeout taken by Landrum. And I imagine they're going to whip the whiteboard out and try and draw something up again. Here we go. Landrum down by 6. They need to get this ball. And that one is airmailed over to Coleman Gray. And Sean Cunningham might put this one in the books. 42-34. Back out to a 3-possession game. Ballou got to go for the three-pointer, and he's got that one. And frankly, I don't know where Landrum keeps getting all these timeouts. That's got to be one of their last ones. So after all that, Landrum's able to cut the lead down by a point. But again, they've got to find some way to get the ball away from Chapman, and in a timely manner too. This one not over, but they're going to need every lucky break they can get. Chapman will be checking this one in from under Landrum's goal. So the ball will be on their side of the court. Hudson Moss driving. I think Ballou tried to foul him and couldn't pull it off. Sean Cunningham drives inside and rebounded by Franklin Davis. 25 seconds. Oh, he tipped it right to Matthias Scott. Can Scott put him away? Yes, he can. Clock is rolling. 44-37 might be your final. Noah Hamlin lost his handle on the ball, sends it right to Hudson Moss, and now Franklin Davis has it, but this one is all but decided. Davis driving underneath the goal, can't connect, and Coleman Gray gonna run out the clock. Chapman wins the boys bracket in this JV basketball tournament, 44-37, avenging the come-from-behind win for Landrum in their last meeting around a week ago. Man, what a game. And what a way to end what was a 10-hour afternoon of basketball, I believe. Yeah, 9 minutes and 35 seconds. 6 games. Took us almost 9 hours to get to this point, but we made it. For those of you who stuck with us for the entire run, I applaud you. It has been a long day. And I think all these teams are going to go home and get some well-deserved rest. It's been a really fun day of basketball. I'd like to thank you all for joining us. Remember to subscribe to the Chapman Athletics YouTube channel, and make sure you click the little bell beside it to make sure you get all of our notifications. That way you'll know when we're going live. Our next event is December 14th, basketball at Landrum High School. I do not think we will be there for 9 hours, but hey, you never do know. So until then, I'm Luke Ruff signing off for Spartanburg School District 1. I'd like to thank Jason McCraw, Greg Wilson, the athletic director at Chapman High School, and Dr. Ron Garner, the superintendent at Spartanburg School District 1, for helping us put all this together. Been a great opportunity. Been a great afternoon of basketball. We'll see you next time.